Hi everyone, how are we all doing today? Happy Sapphic Sunday and also happy Mother's Day to all the Sapphic moms out there. I know none. But how we all doing? We're having a lovely Sunday so far, nothing too exciting besides it is Mother's Day as well as Sapphic Sunday. A very lovely overlap, I'd say. I have spent the day doing nothing important, nothing really important. I, of course, as usual, playing Tomodachi Life, because it is a lovely game to just have on in the background and just idle as I do things, and working on some W plays as usual. Great news, I finished an art last night, though it took me way longer than I should have done to finish it, because I kept getting distracted with a game, talking, and a movie. But that is a-okay. Because today, we're back playing Our Home My Keeper. The lovely new game that came out, I believe, I think it is roughly 2 weeks. Just under 2 weeks ago, actually. Made by Ebihime and Studio Aelon. They worked together to make this game. Ebihime, a well-known and very, very hard-working writer and visual novel dev, I think. I'm not. She probably classify herself as that, I think. I don't know. I know she's a very talented writer. She's written a lot of lovely visual novels. I've had the pleasure of playing a few of them, not all of them, because there is a giant treasure trove of visual novels to go through. I played through a good amount of them. I'd like to welcome in. Ooh. Took a second my throat. Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely time. If you are excited, thank you, Pat. If you are interested in our games, go check her out. She is amazing. She's an amazing, lovely individual. And if you are interested in this game, before we jump into it, and I explain what happened last time, because last we started the game, go check the game out yourself. It is in the pinned message on the chat for both the itch page and the Steam page, and it's also in the link is linked in the YouTube VOD description. Link the Steam page and itch page as well. It is a great game so far. We started the last week, got like a good chunk in. I am excited. It is really adorable. Look at these lovely ladies. So last time we started the game, Paige over here, the lovely brunette, moved into her new home, her new house. I'm always unsure how to refer to the place that she lives in, either home or house, because I'm not sure what she would classify it as just yet. I know the game is Our Home My Keeper, as in it is her home, but I don't know if she feels it's like her home yet. I know it's a new house. Her new house, which has been up for standing for many years. It is quite an old house, but I believe it's been taken relatively good care of by both the people who are the realtors, I assume, and also the lovely fairy. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Paige moved in to a new home, new house. Keep saying home, new house. Her lovely friend, very lovely, pretty friend, whose name is Neve. I'm making hand gestures, you can't see. Named Neve, helped her move her furniture in, and gave her a nice housewarming gift. A nice moving in gift of a cute little doll that she, in her own words, paraphrasing her own words, made to Paige's specific aesthetic preferences. And it just so happens that those aesthetic preferences look very much like Neve. They've tried dating before. Paige and Neve have tried dating before. It didn't work out, but they broke up, but they stayed as friends, which is adorable. We do love that. Friends, lovers to friends. I'm very, very happy. It was very cute to see that the former fling did not break up the adorable friendship. Look at them. Neve is fucking hot. But also Paige is adorable little bean. adorable little baby. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. Pat the little bean. Pat, 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 baby. And, it's been a couple weeks, I think, since, Paige has moved in. She's been having trouble sleeping. Lots of we're having water issues, having like weird plumbing and house malfunctions, I guess you could say. And it all came to a head when one night she was accosted by some, I believe they were called, I don't know what I forgot what the exact wording they call it. I want to say, I want to say imps. I'm not sure for imps. I forgot the exact thing they called it. But she was accosted by some nasty little fellows, trying to feed off her negative energy, because she was emanating negative energy because of all the stress she has and work, and not having any ideas to write any writing ideas. Because Paige is a published writer of 3 books, a full series, and she's thought moving to a new scene would help her find some new writing ideas. So far, nothing yet. And due to that fact, she has been fuming with emanating lots of negative emotions, which those creatures love to gobble up, and they were trying to coerce Paige into doing walking into the river or the lake behind her house, and luckily to the rescue came in her lovely brownie / fairy / brownie, who lived in the house, protecting the home, keeping it nice and tidy. For those who know more about that stuff, I'm not very knowledgeable, but I read a little bit about them during the stream. They're creatures, fairies, broad speaking fairies. They're folklore creatures who live in the homes, live in people's houses, and in the dead night, usually when the least disturbed people of the residents of the house, they will go about cleaning and keeping order to the house, picking up and the cleaning stuff, and it's always good to show them some appreciation by leaving them a saucer of milk or cream for them to consume, because I like that. I hear. But the lovely her lovely brownie of the house came in, defended her, inhabiting the adorable doll that Neve gifted Paige. And now they have a living doll / fairy brownie, and she lives at home. And Paige, after coming to this shocking worldview shattering discovery of there are mystical folklore creatures that exist in the world, wowie, she gave the lovely brownie a name, because they don't really have names. They do have names, but a name that could be pronounced with the human linguistic tongue. They don't really tend to have that, because they don't really have a need or a possibility to communicate with humans. And Paige gave her a lovely name, as stereotypical as it was, as she did point out the stereotypical nature of the name. She named the little brownie Faye, F-Y-E, Faye, and that is adorable. F-Y-A-E, F-A-Y-A-E. I can't spell good. I have dyslexia. Faye, which is adorable. Anyways, that's roughly where we left off. After there, where I think we're picking up on the day / morning after the whole fiasco happened, because that whole naming happened in the same night. And yeah, let's go see what is up. Also, of course, this is a very adorable thing. If you all want to play the game yourself, like I said again, if that interests you, that long 10-minute spiel, oh my fucking god, interests you, you should check the game out yourself. It is once again linked in the Twitch chat and in the YouTube description of the VOD. Anyways, let's go jump in to the game. I still wish I forgot to buy myself some cough drops for my throat, because I might need them later, because I forgot how much talking puts on my throat. I forgot how much, talking does. How much, effort talking does. I don't know. It's weird. I should be used to this. I've done this like multiple weeks. Like I said before, I've done like 30 days worth of reading. Yet I still I'm not. No, it's weird. Anyways, let's jump in, and let's go back real quick. Just make sure we are. You can't go back. No, there's no roll back. Okay, it's fine. We're good. The bad night, when it comes, is full of even more strange, shadowy dreams. Dark shapes undulating the furthest recesses of my mind, all humming and flickering. They murmur among themselves, the voices low and drowning, all ominous. What are they saying? I try to pick out individual words among the syllable soup. I try to pick out individual words among the syllable soup, but nothing sticks. A dull ache begins to throb in my temple, pulsating like a second heartbeat. The shadowy figures are staring at me from a distance. They're judging me. They think I'm a menace, a nuisance, a danger to myself and others. They don't think I could look after myself anymore. Not on my own. They want me to leave. They want to take this house away from me. Take him away from me. But I can't let them do that. I'll die if I have to go. It makes me miserable, yes. The memories are cold and hard, like stones buried beneath the winter snow. But that is only what I deserve. Well, Alcor. Akire. I read the wrong. I read AK and this. Oh, yes, name. Akire. Sorry, wrong name. Wrong name. My fucking brain just autofilled a name. I saw 2 letters and an R. Sorry about that. Akire. Welcome in. How are you? A lovely. Have a good day so far. I apologize again for misidentifying you. My brain in dyslexia did not go well at all. But welcome in. We're just starting today's little. Sorry, my monitor saw something happen. Welcome on Possum as well. You're just in time to the start of today's Our Home My Keeper stream. Yuri, indeed, Yuri. Big fan of Yuri. But yeah, welcome. We're having a little dream. Paige is having a little dream of, I assume, is a bit of phase past. Not quite sure. That's my guess, though. It would make the most sense to me. But we'll see. Yeah. I read that already. Also, this is a very... I like the dream sequences have really good, like, silhouette art. I love it. It's real good. I brought this upon myself. What happened was my fault. I need to stay in this house. It and I are entwined. If I leave, I'll fall apart. It's all that supports me. This house is inside me. And I am the house. I can't leave it. I won't let them make me leave it. They want to take away my memories. They want to take away my suffering and my repentance and my one hope of salvation. They want to tear me apart in the shadows. Perhaps they think this will heal me, but they're wrong. It will kill me instead, more swiftly than the monsters which lurk in the dark ever could. Oh, please, let it be over. Please, please, please. What voice did I give her? Paige, are you alright? Wake up! What Oh. I blink sluggishly. My eyelids leaden. I glance to my side. I'm greeted by a pair of Emma's eyes fringed with dark lashes. These eyes look like Neve's, but this isn't her. It's her doll, brought to life through some strange magic I can't even begin to understand. Faye? Faye! Now playing Faye. That's me. I'm glad you haven't forgotten about me. Are you right, Paige? You were tossing and turning quite a bit in your sleep. And you were murmuring a lot, too. I was? Faye nods. She, indeed. Look at... No, she's so cute. I love her. I'm just gonna need to put on some chapstick. My lips are dry. Oh no. Oh no, you have to look at Paige and Faye longer. Oh no, the horror. How could this happen? Oh no, this is so bad. Oh no, the tragedy. Look at women. Whoa. Faye nods. I couldn't make any of it out, but you sounded distressed. I thought about trying to wake you, but now that humans need their beauty sleep and well. I was a bit afraid you might knock me on the floor. I was afraid you might knock me onto the floor. I wouldn't want to crack my head open. Good point. I wouldn't want to crack your head open either. I hate to ruin Neve's hard work. That's one of my concerns, at least. But another has begun to gnaw at me. There's a lot about Faye I don't know, and I guess now is as good time as any to ask some questions. Would it hurt you, Faye, if your doll body was damaged? It wouldn't hurt me, per se, but it would cause complications. Such as? I can only interact with you by using this doll as a vessel. I think I can sustain a few bumps, bruises, but if it becomes too badly cracked, I wouldn't be able to keep my soul tethered to it. I'd end up drifting away, and you wouldn't be able to see or speak to me. That would make it very hard for me to keep you company, like I said I would. Pat, 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 pat. We love a little fairy companion. I can imagine. I draw my knees up beneath my chin. 2 islands emerge from beneath my blankets, and wind my arms around them. Before I say, were you watching me sleep then? Yes, I was. Yes. All night? Of course all night. It's not like there's anything else for me to do, and I want to look out for you. You can rely on me, Paige. Faye beams. That's a little star graphics. Adorable. Adorable. Ah, colon 3. Semicolon 3. Ah. Semicolon 3. Oh my god. I might not have done a good job keeping the imps at bay thus far, but now I have a body. I'm going to go all out. I can read good words. Yep. That was not a sentence, per se. God. Everyone, put your fucking away. I won't let anything hurt you. I promise. You promised that last night, too. I frown, picking at a loose thread of a duvet. Promises seem to come easily, duvet. They spill from my lips like spring water. She's awfully optimistic. Does it come with the territory, being a fairy? I guess she is a being that feeds on positivity. It makes sense that she'd exude it too. So I take it you don't have to sleep? Nope. We fairies aren't like you humans. We don't have to worry about bodily functions. We don't need to eat, sleep, or bathe. It's very convenient. Well, isn't that lucky? It'd be hard going to the bathroom in a door's body. I wouldn't want Faye falling into the toilet bowl. Oh no, don't drop the doll in the toilet bowl. It's a funny mental image, but trying to fish it out would be pretty stressful. I don't want to stick my hand down that either. Sometimes I wish I didn't have to sleep. It's so convenient. I could get so much more work done that way. Not that I've been getting much work done during my waking hours anyway. No, to be fair, the imps were not helping that at all. The imps were kind of also feeding into your negative workload. And it stopped these rotten dreams. Have they been that bad? I can't remember. The dreams feel very vivid when I'm asleep, but when I wake up, they're just... I wave one hand vaguely. Gone. You don't remember anything? I remember feelings, I guess. I only know that they're sad, though often when I wake up, I feel cold, but that's it. It's not much to go off of. Do you often have bad dreams, Paige? No more than anybody else, no. Did you have them before you moved here? Sometimes I dreamed about my teeth falling out, or about missing deadlines, but they aren't very vivid. I might be a writer, but I don't dream all that much. I didn't used to, anyway. So it's a recent occurrence. Faye frowns. Well, it's not very surprising. I did suspect that your bad dreams were linked to this house. You said that last night when it could be the imps doing. You said last night that it could be the imps doing. I'm sure of it. They feed on people's misery, just like we fairies feed on happiness. I can protect you while you're awake, but there's this I can do when you're sleeping, other than stay by your side. But I'm afraid that isn't enough. I can't chase the bad dreams away on my own. This house is too full of negativity. My powers aren't at all what they used to be. I'm sorry, Paige. Faye sighs. For all my talk, I would be nothing more than a glorified white paperweight. I wish I could do more for you. It's alright. You're doing plenty just by being here. Are you sure? It's been pretty lonely here without you, but you've chewed the place up a good deal. It was nice having somebody to wake up with, even if that somebody was watching me sleep for the last 6 hours. That's a little strange, I guess. Would you prefer if I didn't watch you while you slept? Maybe you could read a book or something? That's got to be more interesting. In the dark? This giant book? Sure. I find watching you plenty interesting. But I'll consider your suggestion in the future. It might give us something to talk about, at the very least. And then these wicked imps. They aren't the cheeriest topic, are they? Not at all. I find them perfectly repugnant. That makes 2 of us, then. I stretch, raising my arms above my head, and ponder. I can't remember the contents of my dreams, but if the imps are showing them to me, I have to wonder whether they're linked to this house. Could the anxiety I feel in my dreams be related to the people who lived here before me? Once again, I recall what the mysterious girl told me the other day after I moved in. Same with the hands, crossed by the bright red postbox. She told me that the previous owner of this house, the elderly Miss Dryden, was tormented by the shadows which lurked in the house's halls. I can't remember her precise words, but I remember she said the house turned her into a husk. I picture an old woman, hunched back, sitting in the old-fashioned living room, while eerie silhouettes with pointed teeth covered about her, snickering. Cavort. Means to jump, dance, or move around in a lively, playful, and often noisy manner. I see. Cavort about her, snickering. Miss Dryden was all alone in this house for years and years. During these years, the shadows, or the imps, must have been eating away at her. They consumed her. Sorry, I need to rotate myself a little bit. Feels weird. Hey, Faye? Yes? What is it? I was wondering. You said you've lived in this house since it was constructed, right? That's right. Then you know everything about its past inhabitants? I know everything that's happened within these walls, to a degree. A degree? I might be able to use magic, but I can't read minds. I can only deduce what people are thinking and feeling based on the words they say and the actions they take. But these don't always reflect what's inside people's hearts. You humans are very complicated creatures. I've lived among you for centuries, and I can even talk like you do, but you still manage to perplex me. You're rather intriguing. But you could be infuriating too. I'm sorry about that. I'll try to direct them when I speak with you at least. I'll try to be direct with you when I speak with you at least. But can you tell me something about this place's previous owner? You mean Elise? 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 Oh, you can't hear that. I'm gonna turn this your deck app on first before I do that. There we go. Elise.
Muffy. Rose and Marine. For goodness sake. Muffy.
Anyways. You mean Elise? Elise? Was that her name? Elise Triton. I must have heard the first name at some point. Probably from the estate agent. But it had since slipped my mind. I never met the woman myself. But if her first name makes her feel more real. It wasn't so very long ago that this bedroom was occupied by an elderly woman with wrinkled skin and white hair called Elise. Elise. What did she see in this house? And what did she experience? How unhappy must she have felt, cloistered cloistered amongst these oppressive walls, with nobody to talk to. I can't help but feel sorry for her. Was she very unhappy while she lived here, Faye? That is... well... Faye frowned. The expression looked nearly doubtful in a way I've never before seen upon her pretty face. Past lives is playing. Oh, more silhouettes, adorable. Elise led quite the unfortunate life. She was young when she moved in, only 18, or so I recall, and so full of hope. She smiled a lot back then, the early days of her marriage, but life was not kind to her. Can you elaborate? I could, but... Faye sighs, then she shakes her head. There's no point. It all happened a long time ago. It's nothing to do with me, with you even. But is it related to this house? In part. It wasn't all the house is doing, though. There were issues with Lisa's marriage from the very beginning. She was so young when she moved here, and naive. She was way in over her head. I could see that the first time I set eyes upon her. She endured a lot of misfortune in the short space of time. Her misfortune fed the imps, who in turn ate away at her happiness until there was nothing left. It didn't take long for her to lose her luster, even. I can't read. It didn't take long for her to lose her luster. She was so young. It didn't seem that at all fair. But then again, life isn't. I tried to help her, but I was too weak. My powers weren't enough. Oh my god. Wait, I'm gonna go back for a second. I'm gonna go back for a minute. I'm gonna go back for a second. Actually, I want to see the. I think to look at the full image. Quickly pressing the control button. There you are. Wow. Look at that. And then... oh. Oh. Poor Elise, Dryden. If I could apologize, I would, but... Faye forced a smile, and looked even faker than her porcelain body, far less convincing than the sweet pout Neve painted on the doll's expensive face. This is all in the past. I wasn't able to help Elise, but you're a different matter. I'll make good on my promise to you, at least. I swear it on my honor as a brownie. You've nothing to worry about. Alright. I'm glad to hear that. Aww. Faye's assertions should be reassuring, but they leave me feeling cold. I think there's more to Elise's life that Faye isn't telling me. What happened to Elise Dryden? It must have been something serious if Faye can't bring herself to speak about it. Maybe she's afraid that the truth make my blood run cold. I'm sure Faye is trying to protect me, but her caginess only makes me feel more curious. There's more to this house than Faye is letting on. I just wish I knew that. I just wish I knew what. I can't read. Or shit. I shower and dress quickly that morning and eat breakfast at the kitchen table. My new companion. I sip tea and gnaw a cored apple while Faye watches me. She sits at the table, cross-legged, like a little young girl might at a school assembly. Her frilled skirt pulled in her lap. Once eaten, I announced my intentions to go for a brief walk. I still feel a bit sluggish, and I'm hoping the summer sunshine will clear the worst of the cobwebs from my mind. I wonder if Faye will demand to be brought with me for this brief excursion outdoors. But she doesn't seem to have much of an interest in anything beyond my house's front doorstep. I think it's a good idea. You need to get some colour back into your cheeks. You're awfully pale. I think that's a funny thing for a doll to say, since her milky skin is quite literally carved from porcelain. Better to point that out. I'll stay here and hold down the fort. Don't worry, Paige. I won't let these awful imps lay so much as a finger on anything yet. I can't read good. I'll stay here and hold down the fort. Don't worry, Paige. I won't let those awful imps lay so much as a finger on anything in this house. Nothing gets past my watchful eyes. I'll be the best sentry you could hope for. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Faye makes for an awfully small sentry, but enthusiasm makes up for her lack of height. It's nice to see that she's taking her job so seriously, but I guess that should go without saying. She must take her job seriously, to have dedicated the last 300 years of it to it. I love writing myself, but I don't know if I could give it half a century, let alone 3 whole ones. Would I continue to write if my lifespan was as long as Faye's clearly is? I'm not sure. I finished washing up my cutlery in the sink, then bid Faye farewell and head out into the hallway. I slid on my shoes, not pausing to untie and retie the laces, and head out, closing the door behind me with a thud. It's a bright day, and the sunshine beams down the nape of my neck. There's a lot of brightly coloured flowers vying for attention from my front garden. I can't name most of them, but I think I recognise a few of the more iconic species among them. Over there, fringing the gate that leads to the street, it's a cluster of pastel purple hydrangeas. And there, nesting beneath the hydrangea, are what I think are orchids. There's lavender, too, and primroses and... oh. On the opposite side of the road, by the right red postbox, I see a familiar sight. It's the young girl I met a couple days ago, looking like she hasn't had a single night's sleep since then. I had many late nights myself as a teen, but I can't remember ever tumbling out of my house in the mornings looking quite this haggard. Hello again. I give to the girl, responds by, well, not responding, unless blinking mutely counts. Well, what was I expecting? Are you alright? I suppose you knew that. You should leave. No, I suppose I didn't. You listen. You should. I did come here to warn you, for fun. You're talking to people the best of times, but I thought I would make an exception for your sake. I don't want anybody else to get hurt. You don't understand how serious this is. You don't understand how serious this is. I understand it a little better than I did last time, I guess. When the girl first confronted me, I was certain she was trying to mess with me. Now, after so many strange things have happened to me, I'm more inclined to believe her. The girl was right when she warned me about the shadows. There is a strange, malevolent presence haunting my new house. But I don't have to face it alone. I have Faye now. I don't think the girl factored a cheery, overly optimistic brownie into her earlier cautions. Maybe she doesn't know that Faye exists. She mightn't be as all-seeing as she likes to let on. But I really can't move. I believe I told you that already. I have too much money tied up in this place. It'd be foolish to leave now. The girl scoffs, a smile crooked, and she says, "It'd be even more foolish to stay for something so insignificant as money." Hey! Don't call your worries insignificant. You're a child. You don't know the first thing about finances. If I wanted monetary advice, I'd talk to my accountant. There are things more important than money. What's your well-being? I feel perfectly fine, thank you. Maybe you do now, but later, say that will happen. Say what will happen. Don't think that you're untouchable. But that attitude will only get you in trouble. Do you want to end up like Miss Dryden? You mentioned Miss Dryden makes me pause. How did she end up exactly? I'm aware that she died in an old person's home, but I'm clueless as to the events which led up to that. I asked Faye this morning, but she dodged the question. Maybe this girl will be able to tell me more if Faye won't. Or can't. You mentioned Miss Dryden before, but you didn't tell me what happened to her. I told you in my authority. You don't need to know the specifics, or that she was suffered. And you know all that about her so-called suffering? I do, yes. So does everybody else in Eldenham. She's very well known. She was a bit like a local celebrity, our very own Miss Havisham. Miss Havisham? You don't know her? Once again, the girl smirks. Why does she look so smug all of a sudden? Surprised. She's very well known. Even I have heard about her. We're studying great expeditions in English. Expectations in English. Character from a book written by Dickens. Won't matter after. Yes, I know. I studied English literature back in university. I have a passing familiarity with Dickens and his works. Alright, fine. You can snippy. I wasn't snapping! Raising your voice and you're speaking to me in a specific manner. That's snapping. The girl frowns. You really ought to be more polite to me. We're strangers. But I'm still going to do all this effort to save your life. I needn't bother you, you know? I could just leave you and let you suffer. At this point, I think you might deserve it. You're not doing much to make me like you. You don't need to like me. I'd rather not be friends with secondary school children. Not at my age. I'm not a child. You're not an adult either. Is that why you want to take me seriously? I never said I didn't take you seriously. If I didn't care what you had to say, I wouldn't be asking you all these questions, now would I? I suppose not, no. So, you want to know more about Miss Stratton? If you wouldn't mind, it might help clear some things up about this house. I take it, based on Miss Havisham's comparison, that she was something of a hermit. That would be an understatement. The girl's upper lip twists as she replies with a thin smile. A second. Damn. Okay. The girl with the twisted replied with a thin smile. I could tell you a lot about it. I tell you a lot about her later years. More perhaps than most people in this village can, despite her celebrity status. I tell you a lot about her earlier years too. She wasn't much older than I am. If you're very interested. If you're really interested. Oh, but before all that, there's something I'd like to ask you. Let me guess. You want me to leave the house? That shouldn't go without saying. I tell her that you're probably 7. Idiots always are. You probably wouldn't listen to me. I feel like I might as well give up really. I think you're worthy of hassle of saving. Well, thanks very much, I guess. What is it that you want from me then? They remain silent, fiddling with their fingers. The nails are painted black, but the polish is chipped off them in flakes, like gothic dandruff. She observes me mutely for several moments, that feel like minutes, her eyes wide and blinking. It's a hot day. I find myself shivering. Second, I need to do something real quick. There we go. And then that. It's a hot day, but I still find myself shivering. The weight of this girl's gaze is almost impossibly heavy. What, I have 2 pings? Who's pinging me? Ah, nothing important, that's what. I love that. It's great. Nothing. Okay, cool. Sorry, checking something real quick. Weight of her gaze is incredibly, almost impossibly heavy. What does she want from me? I wanted to be surprised if she asked in that deadpan way of hers. For my soul, or at least a pint of my blood. But no. What the girl eventually says is more inscrutable, even than that. I want to eat pizza. Get me out there an all-you-can-eat pizza. And you go out of the buffet. What? She wants to eat... What? I'm sorry. You want pizza? Of all things, you want to have some pizza? That's your price for a story? A pizza at an all-you-can-eat buffet? What? Well... Of all the ultimatums this girl could have issued, I wasn't expecting that. You're not being serious, are you? I'm very, very serious. I'm starving. How can you be starving? It isn't even 9 yet! I'm going to go. I have to eat. I'm going to go. I have to eat. She is rather skinny beneath that uniform of hers. I grant her that. She could use a bit of fattening on her, but pizza for breakfast sounds awfully excessive. Will any buffet even be open at this hour? After consult my phone, it knows everything. I know there won't be anything in Elton's immediate vicinity, though. It's all fields around here. I'll probably have to travel to Maidenstone, which is a good 20 minutes away. It seems like a lot of hassle for cheap pizza, but if that's what she wants... Alright, fine. I guess I could do that. What about what would your parents say? I'm certain you should be at school. I should, but I'm not. I should, but I'm not. I can see that. I sigh. And they don't mind. They don't know what hurt them. Ah! So she's going through the old ignorance is bliss tactic, is she? Well, if it works, it works. I don't want to be held responsible for leading the youth of today's astray, but this girl seems a lost cause already. Who wants pizza that much that they'd barter the info of an old woman's life and death over a 10-inch ham and pineapple? Mmm. Ham and pineapple. I hope that's Paige's favorite pizza. I am a fan of that as well. Big fan of a nice Hawaiian. Speaking of which, does this girl even like pineapple on her pizza? I bet she does. She's eccentric enough. Very well. Get to the car before I change my mind. You can have your pizza. Yay. The girl offers me a single solitary peace sign, lips turned upwards into the thinnest of smiles. Maybe such a gesture would seem natural coming from any other secondary school student, but from her, it's all a bit creepy. I wonder if it's because her voice is so flat. I'm glad I've been doing her voice justice. No, I was wrong about you. No one's better at all. You're not saying that because I agreed to feed you? You're right. I'm only saying that because you agreed to feed me. Pizza's good, though. I can't hold a grudge against anybody who buy it for me. I can't read good. The problem is I'm trying to read fast in a British accent in a... Oh my god, there's a crow. Oh my god, a crow. Whoa. And as I was saying... Anyways, as I was saying... I'm trying to speak fast in a very quiet, soft British accent in a flat tone. And that's not helping me at all. And that's my own fault. Because I'm choosing to do this myself. Pizza's so good. Pizza's so good, though. I can't hold my grudge against anybody who buy it for me. Right. I frown. You'd be awfully easy to kidnap. Do you know that? I'll just then look. I wonder. I lock the car door and then slide into the driver's seat. The girl joins me, in plaid skirt, fluttering across around her knees. I'm busy doing all my seatbelt when it hits me after a delayed pause. I still don't know her name. Maybe I ought to ask her that before I set off. Ask that before I set off with her on this morning's unexpected journey. I was a little late for it, but... What should I call you? Most of my classmates use "Hey you." Is that good enough? It's a bit vague. I prefer an actual name. Goodness, what you picky? Not like giving my name to strangers. But it's perfectly fine to take a seat in their car all for the sake of pizza. If you're going to insist upon so tedious a matter, suppose I tell you. No, Violet. If that really matters. Now, Violet smiles more brightly than I knew she was capable of. Let's go get pizza. Okay. Wow, there she is. Violet likes pizza. Now playing Violet likes pizza. A second. Quick saves. Auto. Oh, chapters, of course. Oh, that's cute. So I'm just gonna screenshot that real quick, just for sillies. Cause I just want to get that screenshot. Cause there is no rollback. There's history text. I want to get this F12, right? There it is. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute. BRB. Sorry for the wait. I'm back. I got dragged away for something real quick, but we are time to return. We are time to return. We are going to continue with Violet eating pizza. Um.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy
All her
one
food
of
for
our
Carl.
fairy kiss chillers.
Wow. I observed Violet from across the grimy table in this grotty. Two bright pizza joints. I almost folded. We've been sitting here for about 10 minutes, and during that time, Violet's consumed a truly inhuman amount of pizza from the buffet. How much has she consumed? I've been starting to find out. She eats and she eats and she eats, with a frenzy boring and frightening, while I sit and watch in awe. How? Hey, Violet, are you sure you can manage all that? I don't want you making yourself ill. What? Oh. Violet swallows a mouthful of pizza. Vegetarian, I think? With peppers and onions, then blinks. We'll be fine. Goes out separate as a mixed pizza. I thought that was desserts. Pizza's like a dessert. How is it like a dessert? It's savory! It is, but it's delicious. I like pizza more than I like chocolate and ice cream. They're rated. Pizza's the best. You sound like a salesman! It's not another thing, but the truth. You can't see how wonderful pizza is, and I pity you. And now you sound like a nicely like a cultist. Don't your parents feed you? Your stuff. That sounds fairly concerning. That sounds fairly concerning. Are things difficult at home, Violet? You say that. You say that. None of those house fanatic. Oh? What are you implying here? What are you implying here, Violet? Not to be confused with my friend Violet, or my friend's friend Violet, or hello Violet, or other Violet I can't think of. She adheres to a plant-based diet. Eats a lot of spinach, kale, avocado, all sorts of green things. She even made avocado ice cream once. With cocoa nibs. With cacao nibs. With cacao nibs. With cocoa nibs in it. It was awful. Then I just nothing at all. And the cacao nibs froze. They're bitter. They're so hard. They must work my teeth. Mother does all the cooking. So she decides what we eat. My father goes along with it. Yes, he loves her. That's really sad, at least. I think she's too cowardly to stand up for himself. I don't know why he does it. I don't think I could even want to get married to myself. I'd never love anybody who wouldn't let me eat pizza. Ah! I see. I really hope all that came through as I was reading that really quickly and really fucking softly. I don't know. Because I'm looking closer. It sounds like it looks like just a brilliant above the fucking music. Really fucking quite enough. Really fucking hard to stop and understand because I'm procrastinating. Turn myself sometimes. Anyways, I should not do this. I should really not do that. Maybe just talk softly at normal speed. That would be a good idea. You know, revolutionary concept. You know, not speeding through text. A wild concept, I know. Imagine that. Me reading at a normal fucking human pace. I'm glad Violet's poor parents' relationships are down to disagreements over avocado ice cream, rather than out and out abuse. Then again, forcing somebody to eat avocado ice cream against their will might count as child abuse. It doesn't sound very pleasant. I like avocado, plenty, but I can't see the benefits of using it as dessert. Well, I can kind of see it as a dessert. I've had a very sweet avocado smoothie before. Multiple avocado smoothies. I got we call them smoothies. They're really smooth. Like nearly like they're just thick liquid smooth. Not like the normal smoothie texture. Anyways, I can see that avocado dessert. I take it your mother doesn't let you order takeaways then? Doesn't let me do anything. She's strict then? It's awful. That's not a nice thing to say about your mother. Especially on Mother's Day. That's not very nice of you to say to your mother, about your mother, Violet. Especially on Mother's Day of all days. Like, what the fuck? It's not nice. It's not nice of her. Making me eat rabbit food. I'm going to go. Well, I guess I can't argue about that. My mother did most of the cooking when I was a kid too, but she spared me all the endless salads Violet's mother seems to swear by. My mother made traditional English fares. Yorkshire puddings, roast potatoes, potted pies and the like. I take that over a bowl full of kale any day of the week. You really must like pizza though, to eat that much of it. I don't like it. I love it. As if to prove my point, Violet begins to feed on another triangle pizza with newfound purpose. I wince as she eats. I can't help myself. Violet doesn't eat with her mouth open like teenage boys often do. Thank goodness. But a fierce chewing and swallowing, coupled with the tomato sauce flecked on her fingers, the scent of grease in the air, is being a little to stimulate my appetite. I'm starting to feel queasy. Could Violet really have magical powers? There must be something strange going on with her, for her to shovel this much food into her mouth without choking even. If we were back in the Middle Ages, I heard this would probably get a person branded as a witch. Alright, I think I've seen enough of Violet eating from one day. I need to try to get some information out of her, beyond her antipathy towards her mother's tyrannical health regimen. I don't want this trip to Maidenstone be for nothing. So Violet, can you tell me a little about Miss Stratton? There's a lot I still want to know. Okay, let's see what are we working with here. She's had at least 3 pizzas, and she's starting her 4th one, minimum. She got a soda as well. Not much drank from this one, at least. She's discarded 1 napkin. There's another plate here. This implies something. She's had at least another pizza with pepperons on it. Green peppers for some reason, not the red ones. Not sure why not red peppers. Probably green. Just a differentiation from the tomato sauce on the pizza. Color-wise, that makes sense. This is onions. You can see the onions on it. She has at least 1 other vegetarian pizza and a whole other plate. That's the crust. They brought the whole fucking paddle too. Okay. Lovely. Anyways, Violet swallows her nth mouthful of pizza. At this point, I've long since lost track of how much she's eaten. Then blinks. What is he exactly after? I don't know really. I guess I want a general overview of her life. Why? You don't seem very interested in what I cautioned you the first time. That was then, and this is now. Things have changed. I am more receptive to what you have to say now. Violet presses her greasy, flecked lips together. What, I have 2 things? Oh, I see why I have 2 things now. My persecution flecked flips together. How suspicious. Does something happen? Make you change your mind? Nothing serious. It's just a whim, really. I can't believe you. Certain people like you don't change your mind often. When you do, it's not for a reason. Not for no reason. Something must have happened in that house. I could tell. I think I had quite the scare. Am I right? No, you don't need to tell me. I know I'm right. I have to know. But smiles smugly. I wish she'd stop that, I think. I prefer her when she wasn't much at all. Then says, you realize that I'm still in truth. That's still enough to satisfy you. If they're not read much detail before you're satisfied. Nuisance. Final glances at her plate of pizza. Then back to me. You've had your end of the bargain. So I'll follow suit. It's only fair. I heard Miss Dryden. That shifts on a cheap faux leather seat. It squeaks loudly, but this doesn't diminish the serious atmosphere that's starting to creep over us. Not even the smell of pizza or the indistinct wails of some bratty kid at a table over by the window could ease my newfound nerves. What happened to Miss Dryden? I need to know. If I can get an idea of what those imps are capable of, I might be able to fight them off. Miss Dryden got married when she was very young. She only even turned 18, so I heard. She and her husband moved into that house when she was 3 months pregnant, and that is where all the problems started. Did things go wrong with that quickly? Quite quickly, yes. She and her husband were fine at first, in their lovely home in the middle of the Verdun English countryside. Miss Dryden gave birth without any complications. She had twins, 2 boys, and soon fell pregnant again. I can't read good. Her life was a peaceful, idealistic one, or so it seemed. Until her husband drowned. He drowned? I exclaim, and perhaps a touch too loudly because a passing waitress pauses to give me a funny look. I blush, then mumble. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I'm surprised, that's all. When did her husband drown? Where? The pond outside. The pond out back. About 3 years into the marriage. 2 years after the move to Elton. It was very sudden. No one expected it. As for where he drowned, exactly. Violet looks at me, her charcoal eyes unblinking. Can you not guess? I have no idea. I say that, but I already have an inkling long before Violet takes it upon herself to spell it out. It happened in the lake at the back of the garden. Your garden. Miss Dryden found her husband there, lying face down in the lake, late in the evening, when the sun had set. It must have come as quick as it might have come with the shock. Oh yes, I can only imagine. How awful. Miss Dryden was only 21 at the time. She had 2 small boys, with a child on the way. It was a young age to lose her husband. It was so unexpected. People suspected foul play at the time. It was in the papers. They all said it was very strange that Mr. Dryden should slip and fall and drown in his own lake when he was so athletic. He was 32 himself, the picture of health. He had been a member of the rowing team back in university. A man like him shouldn't have drowned in such a shallow lake. The police got involved and they questioned Miss Dryden. What became of it? In the end, his death was ruled as an accident. It was dark, So suppose he could have slipped. And what do you think about it? I don't know. It happened more than 50 years ago, long before I was born. I've read a bit about the incident, and I've seen all newspaper articles. They don't shed much light on the situation. Nobody knows how Mr. Dryden died except him, and he isn't in a fit state to answer anybody's questions. His tombstone is at St. Mary's, if you want to visit it, on Eltham's outskirts. I doubt he'll talk to you, though. Don't tell me you've tried questioning his grave. Please, I am not demented, though my mother may be. I know about the shadows, and I know about the devils, and I know a lot about curses, but even I know it is impossible to communicate with the dead. They are famously unresponsive. If you want my opinion on the Surrey affair, if you want my opinion on the Surrey affair, though, then I think the police were wrong to suspect Miss Dryden. I do not think they were wrong to suspect foul play. I don't believe Mr. Dryden's death was an accident. No? No. I think it happened because of the house. It is because of the shadows that lurk within it. They whisper wicked things in people's heads, and then they take advantage of them. They lead them astray, all for their own amusement. And I think they led Mr. Dryden to the lake. And you think they led Mr. Dryden to the lake? I'm positive of it. Also, you wonder why I keep turning away like that? I'm turning closer to the microphone so you can hear me talking as Violet, who is a lot quieter in how I talk about this. It's hard to project this type of voice. I guess I can't do it like this, but I don't know, it's very audible to you. I'm just move myself close to the microphone, just to my left, as always, to my left, which means I'm auto turn like this when I do it. Bring the microphone to my face like this, but then I have to move away, talk as everyone else. It's kind of a bit of a hassle. Kind of a bit more work than I need to have. Why am I sounding like Violet? I don't know. I just am. A Muslim Violet's jaw tenses. I've lived in Eltham all my life. I passed that house hundreds upon hundreds of times, and I know it far better than you ever could. It has always radiated wicked energy. There's something wrapped around it. Warped about it even. If you continue to live there, you could just as easily go the same way as Mr. Dryden. The shadows are ruthless, you know. Violet's gaze is all-consuming. It's so unnerving. I buckle beneath it. I might be sitting with her in a pizzeria in Maidenstone in our sunny summer's morning. I feel like I've been plunged head first into a muddy lake. It's like I'm into Mr. Dryden's fate was worse than imagined, and yet. Mr. Dryden didn't leave the house, did he? Miss Dryden didn't leave the house, did she? She stayed there for years and years after her husband died. Anything happened to her? She did stay there, yes. But I would not say that nothing happened. She really recovered from her husband's death. It left a big impact on her. She carried on as best she could, for the sake of her children. I think having them around helped. They gave her something to focus on, beyond her own grief. She threw her all into raising them, and how did they repay her? They banded together behind her back, and she was an old woman, and they arranged to steal her house out from beneath her. Huh? They did what now? Huh? They had her sent away to an old person's home, though she was still capable of looking after herself, and then they sold her house when she was gone. They said they did it because they were worried about her, but I know they only did it to turn over a profit. It was despicable. I understand how anybody could do things so vile. They were supposed to be her children, but they betrayed her. I can't forgive them for that. White's eyes flashed with the wretch's indignant fire, a revolutionary. I've never seen her look quite so heated about anything, not even about her precious pizza. For all her supposed iciness, she must care a good deal about Mr. Dryden, to unfortunate fate. I wonder what that is. Maybe Violet and Miss Dryden are close? It wouldn't be so surprising given how small Eltham is. Everybody in the village must know about one another, at least on a superficial level. Give me a second. Give me a second. Maybe I and Mr. Dryden was close. I wouldn't be so surprised even how small Eltham is. Everybody in the village must know each other, not at least on a superficial level. White's feelings for Miss Dryden, however, are anything but superficial. In the end, I think it was being ejected from her home that broke Miss Dryden's heart. It hurt her more than her husband's death. It can't be a coincidence that she died soon after she left the house. She had so many years there, the house had become a part of her. It's bedded into her very soul. Oh, maybe the dreams are are the dreams Miss Dryden's? Is that Miss Dryden, not Face? Oh, maybe. When she's ripped away from her home, go no further. When she's ripped from her home, she could no longer cope when she died. It all comes back to that house in the end. It's cursed. Mr. Dryden was killed because of that curse. Miss Dryden died because she could not live being parted from it. Their fates were very different, but they both wasted away as the house. In the end, neither of them were spared. I sit upon the faux leather seat silently, my head bowed in thought. The smell of pizza fills the air. The small child is bawling in the background, but these noises don't reach my ears. I'm too busy thinking about the Dryden family. Why didn't Faye tell me about this? She must have known about it. She told me she was watching over the house for centuries. Didn't she want to discuss it with me? I wonder why. I returned home a couple of hours later, a little before midday. I drove that off outside my house, not knowing where she lives, but I don't suppose it mattered too much. Elton is so small, I can't imagine home was more than a 5-minute walk away. Matt steps out of the car without thanking me and walks away, while I silently lament the youth of today. Kids these days, can't believe them. I swear, I wasn't so ungrateful when I wasn't so ungrateful when I was her age. What's unusual? I like pizza as much as the next person, though not perhaps as much as Violet. But I never tried to cab it to my neighbour. I didn't have the guts. I'm not sure if I should be impressed by Violet's gall or insulted. Violet eventually rounds the corner, her plaid skirt disappearing from sight, which acts as a signal to get my own behind in gear. I vacate my car, locking it and make a beeline for my front door. Apologies bubble on my lips, like soda water, as I tramp through my front garden, my car keys jingling in my pocket. I didn't tell Faye I would be out for so long, mostly because I didn't expect it, while its appearance threw something of a spanner in the works. I hope Faye wasn't too worried about my lengthy, unannounced absence. Hey, Faye? I call out to the hallway as I let myself inside. I'm back. Are you alright? I set my shoes off at the front door, contemplating as I do how nice it. Well, I need to slow the fuck down. I'm reading way too fast for my own good. I think. Give me a second. I set my shoes off at the front door, contemplating, as I do, how nice it is to have somebody to announce my arrival to. I feel a little like a newlywed from those cheesy 1950s sitcoms with a working husband and a pretty happy housewife. I guess I'd be the husband in this archetype scenario of mine. Wait, where did I put that? Wait. Where's the screenshot? Ah, memory only. Wait a second. Give me a minute. Actually, the husband in this archetype scenario of mine. Will that make Faye the wife? If my life were a cheesy 90s sitcom, 1950s sitcom, she'd greet me with a kiss and a chirpy, "How's your day been, darling?" But alas. I'm so sorry, Paige. I didn't mean to make make a mess, I swear. I was just trying to do something nice for you. I don't know what's happened to make Faye panic like that, but it doesn't fill me with confidence. No. I had expecting to see a bursting water pipe, a flooded floor, with microwave ablaze. Faye's voice makes it sound like there's genuine disaster afoot, but the sight I'm instead presented with isn't that dramatic. Faye is standing on one of the kitchen's counters, looking with anxious eyes at a smashed piece of porcelain strewn up across the floor. The only you for me. Aw, that's cute. That's cute little text. These bits and pieces of sharp, splintered porcelain once made up one of my favorite mugs. I recognize it in an instant from its lilac and white polka dot pattern. The mug itself isn't all that special. It was a cheap one, bought ages ago. Give me a second. The mug itself isn't all that special. It was a cheap one bought ages ago, but I've some emotional attached to it. This one is one of the mugs I bought with Neve when we first moved in together. I have drunk copious amounts of Earl Grey and Darjeeling and flat whites from this cup. Even the Mia's. First Neve's side in our shared flat, and later on my own in my tiny apartment. This mug is a little chipped over the years, thanks to a few mishaps. I never once thought of throwing it away. It means too much to me. I get pretty sentimental when objects are concerned. I'm not quite reached hoarding levels yet, but I bought several cardboard boxes full of tack for my London apartment over to Alton. I still own clothes I've had since my late teens years, a box filled with bullet points, my university lectures, old, well-worn copies of Animal Farm and Frankenstein, and yes, Great Expectations, which I'd read back in secondary school. All these bits and pieces sparked joy. They're full of memories. Some happy, like my lilac and white polka dot mug. Neve owns a matching one. Aww. Others less so, like my worn copy of Great Expectations. That's cute. Neve owns a matching one. I know it's probably because they probably were because they were, you know, dating. But you know, matching friend mug. That's kind of cute. Matching friend mug's cute. I like that. I was fond of that mug in particular, but it's lying on the floor in pieces. How did this happen? I was only away for a couple of hours. That's approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes longer than I thought I'd be away for, but still. I thought Faye said she wanted to look out for me, not sabotage all my belongings. It was a mistake, Paige. I'm very sorry. I just wanted to make you some tea. I've been watching you since you moved in, and I know how much you like it. You drink at least 5 cups every day. No, that's a statement I can't deny. My love for tea is so intense, it's the core component of my personality. I thought I'd make you a cup of tea waiting for you. I thought you'd like a cup of tea waiting for you when you got hot back. But I was careless. I know my body is a little smaller than yours, but I didn't consider how convenient it could be. Your kitchen isn't really scared for somebody under 4 feet tall. The cabinets are all so high up, and your cups are so big I couldn't hold it. As I discovered, just as you came back. Faye pouts. I really did want to help you, but it made things even worse. I know I should have kept my hands to myself, but it's been so exciting having hands I couldn't sit still. It's been a long time since I could interact with the human world like this. Now I have a physical body, I want to make the most of it, and I want to make myself useful too. My intentions didn't change what happened, though. I just made a huge mess. She looks so distressed by her mishap that my heart softens. I was a bit perturbed about the mug, but I can't say mad at her. Not much is being sincere. Don't worry, Faye. It's just a mug. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. Are you sure? I'm sure. I was fond of that mug, but it's not worth blowing up over. These things happen. It's just a part of life. I appreciate the gesture, and it's very kind of you, but don't worry about waiting on me. I can make my own tea. I wouldn't want you cutting yourself. Oh, I think you'd be fine with that score. My body's porcelain after all. I really can't bleed. Your mug is the real victim of all this. And it, fortunately, can't think or feel. I doubt it'll hold a grudge. I retrieved a dustpan and brush from the kitchen cupboard, then set to work sweeping up the bits of broken mug. I do as thorough a job as I can, hunting on my hands and knees for several minutes, till I'm sure I picked out every last shard from beneath the cupboards and the old-fashioned fridge. Then I threw the remains of my once was mug into the dustbin, all out of sight, out of mind. The mug I once used to drink tea in mornings with Neve is gone, but the memories remain. Nothing of any great value has been lost. I'm still fine, and so is Faye. She's more important than the silly mug I bought for 350p. P? 50 pounds. Euros? Wait, I wonder. Can I change the text for once? So, euros! Oh, that's pounds. Is it? Pound. Symbol. Pounds! Also, caveat is a really good font. It's really cute. I like it. I love that. This font is really cute. I'm a big fan of it. Big fan of cute fonts. It's more important than the silly mug I bought for £350, even if it is a memento of Neve. Speaking of Neve. Hey Faye, I've got an idea. What idea? Faye smiles, somewhat bitterly. I'm going to cordon off the kitchen. That mightn't be such a bad shout if you're going to insist on all your so-called helping. I make small quotation marks with my fingers while Faye deflates. But no, that wasn't what I had on my mind. I was wondering if you're more comfortable with a more convenient body. More convenient? Faye frowns. This body is convenient enough for me. I have hands and feet and a mouth I can use to speak to you. Asking for more than that would be pretty. It's good enough, I guess, but it's hard for you to navigate the house, isn't it? Didn't you want to help out? I would, if I could, but I can't. I don't want to cause any more problems. You can't do much on your current size. I agree. Which is why I want to get you a bigger body. Really? Can you do that? I can't. But I'm good friends with the woman who made you. She has a lot of experience making porcelain dolls. She mostly makes smaller dolls, but she has made a few larger, life-sized ones for her wealthier clients. I've seen these large dolls on her atelier the last time I was stopped by. There were a few works in progress. They were sitting down, so I couldn't gauge their height, but they didn't seem much smaller than I am. I think Neve said her large doll was a little over 5 feet tall. The largest doll was over 5 feet tall. It'll take a long time for her to make a doll like that, but I could put in a request for a custom commission. I'm sure she'd be happy to help. I know Neve would love to meet you. And I penned inside my head, I'd love to talk to Neve about you. This whole Faye situation is so blatantly unreal. I want to introduce her to somebody who dwells beyond the walls of this house, just to reassure myself that this is really happening. I won't want to introduce Faye to anybody, though. I bet most people would think I was insane, gabbling about a porcelain doll that can talk and walk unaided. I don't think even Frances would buy all this. Me, fortunately, isn't normal. She can't be to invest so much time into her dolls as she does. She spends so much time crafting an army of miniature, immobile humans. I think she'd be thrilled to know one of them had actually came to life. I trusted her to trust me, in my judgment, and I trust her to keep Faye's secret safe. Neve's not my best friend for no reason. If anybody can help you, Faye, if everyone can help you, Faye, Neve can. I say this with no small amount of determination, but I've hit upon this plan. I feel obliged to go through with it. Faye, meanwhile, looks just as enthused as I feel. Oh, Paige, I've never even dreamed about having a proper human body, but it'd be wonderful if I could get one. Then I wouldn't have to be stuck inside this house. I could go out for walks with you, and I could talk to others. I could interact with the rest of the world. Can you leave this house? I thought you were bound to it. I am, but I'm more of a custodian than a prisoner. I look after this house because I like it. I like to. It comes from a sense of obligation. I can leave, though. I've not felt any course over the years. No humans can't see me in the brownie form, after all. And I've been able to experience the world as a human can. Having a physical body, one that isn't so small, would change everything. I wouldn't want to stray too far from the house, but I like to see more of the country. I want to see other villages, and other towns, and maybe even the cities. I've heard so much about. I've only ever seen those in the televisions and in books. I've done a lot of reading, for a want of anything else to do, and I've also dreamed of seeing what lies in the big wide world. And then I'll show you. Or I'll try to. I can't promise that anything will come to this, but I'll give it a shot. And if nothing else, it better to take a trip to London. A young woman in a living doll wandering London streets beneath the setting sun. I think that sounds like a pretty good idea for a story. Ah, cute. That'd be cute. Faye and Paige going on a little date. Oh my god, there she is! Women. Ah. So you want to ask me for a favor? That's right. That evening finds me sitting in my study, at my trusty writing desk. I hold my mobile to my ear and lean back in my chair. Reminisce. The sun is beginning to set outside, and my office has been dyed reddish pink. My laptop luxuriates in this light. Open another almost empty document. I am still struggling for ideas, but my time with Faye is beginning to rekindle my creative impulses. I think I need to give it a bit of time, like Francis always says. I'm feeling cautiously optimistic for the first time in several months. And I'm also optimistic about the odds of getting Faye a proper human-sized body. I'm under no illusion that a commission like this won't be incredibly expensive, not to mention time-consuming, but I think it'll be worth it. I just hope Neve can find the time to fit it into her schedule. I'd hate to be a burden. I know this might be kind of sudden, after you helped me move into my house, but there's something else I'd need to ask you about. It's about a commission for a brand new doll. Do you think you could squeeze me in? It depends on what you want done. I think it'd be a big project. But don't worry, I can pay. I'm not sure if I like that thought of accepting your money. It seems a bit too impersonal. It's fine. I can afford it. I know you can. What's with your nice new house or nice old house? But still. There's a brief silence on the other end, on the line. Then, what did you want to do What do you want me to do for you? It's a bit of a long story. I'm listening. It's kind of hard to explain it over the phone. I think I'd rather tell you in person if that's alright. Of course. It's been a while since I last saw you, but I have been missing you. Do you want me to come over tomorrow? Do you have the time? I don't want to put you out. I can always make time for you. It's one of the benefits of being self-employed. Well, if you're sure. Give me a second. Makes it a meme. Sorry. Silly meme. Anyways. Well, if you're sure. When am I ever not sure about anything? That is a very good point. Neve's always been sure of herself, even when she decided, in a peak. Neve's always been sure of herself, even when she decided, in a peak of teenage rebellion, to pierce her own ears with a safety pin when she was staying at my house for a sleepover. I remember that night vividly. It seared in my brain along with all the blood. It was like a scene from a horror movie. Neve didn't scream, even when her right ear sprang a leak. Just sat there on the toilet, expressionless. Goblet of red streaking down the side of her cheek. I screamed though, and almost threw up for a good measure. My yelling alerted my dad, who started an alarm at all the blood on Neve's face on the bathroom rug. I had to throw it away in the end. My mother couldn't get the stains out. Then hurried Neve and I into the car for a trip to the AE. It's a bit of wonder my dad continued to let Neve over the house with all the drama. I guess they liked her because she was so quiet. Most of the time at least. Alright. I'll come over tomorrow. I'll tell you details then. Please do. I'm curious. I never knew you were so fascinated by my work. Did my housewarming gift light a fire inside you? You could say that, I guess. Has she been keeping you company? I look at Faye, lying on her stomach on my desk, perusing the pages of a book and smiles. Ah, that's so cute! Oh wow, kicking her feet up in the air, reading a book. More than you might have anticipated. She watches you when you sleep. Every single night. Good. I'm glad to hear that. This is to know you're not all alone up there. I did worry. Do you worry about me often? Only all the time. You don't have much common sense. That's the girl who gave herself an ear infection back in year 8 with that dirty safety pin. I didn't die, though. It was fine. I thought you were going to die. There's so much blood. You've always been such a scaredy cat. Neve and I bicker playfully for a few minutes, reliving our past while Faye continues to flip through the pages of a book. She's working her way through the first Christabel story, very slowly. It's hard for her to manage most human-sized objects, given her diminutive size, but it's only for the present. I'd like to hope I can help her. I feel like I owe it to her. She's already done a lot to help me. Some people might enjoy solitude, but I'm not one of them. But I wasn't built for being alone. Budding the story continues. Budding the story continues. Oh, yay! Liminal. I'm gonna save real quick as well. I haven't now saved in a while. I am on page 3. Saving. Paige has been enthusiastic about our trip to London ever since I mentioned it. Which, realistically speaking, wasn't all that long ago, but her excitement is palpable regardless. She wakes me up plenty early the following morning, with a porcelain finger to the cheek, which should feel cold and organic, but instead is curiously warm. Come on, Paige. Get up, lazy buns. We're going to London. Hey, please. I groan, my cheek pressed to my pillow, eyes gummed up with sleep. Luckily, I blink and glance at my alarm clock, take stock of the numbers flashing there, and gasp. It's only 4 in the morning. I knew it was early, given how dark my bedroom still is, but 4 was too much, even for the most eager of early risers. It was 6. If it was 6, I understand that. Heck, I can even understand 5. Or, however, how many times I've woken up to see 4, or in this case 4:32, on my alarm clock, are those rare occasions when I've been pulled from my bed by a sudden urge to go to the toilet. Faye. I glow at my companion, who's sitting beside me on my bed, all wide-eyed, innocent. I know you mean well. I hope she means well. But I am not getting up at 4 in the morning to drive to London. That's insane. What? Why not? Because I'm exhausted. It's pitch black outside, and the roads around here are treacherous. I don't want to crush the car into a ditch. But Paige, I thought you'd be good to get a head start. You don't want to get caught up in the traffic, would you? What traffic? There's no traffic around here. And in London, it's really busy all the time. At least that's what it looks like in the news. It's full of tall buildings, and there's lots of roads, and so many cars. If you don't leave soon, you might get lost in the hubbub. I appreciate the concern, Faye. I thought I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to smother her from under my pillows right now. We'll be fine. I know my way around London not well enough. I used to live there, remember? I'll be sure to start off with enough time to spare, so... I yawn, tears beading my eyes, and bury my head against my pillow. Please try to settle down. I'm not getting out of bed now, and it's final. But that's final! We'll get there when we get there, alright? Don't worry, you won't miss out. The meeting with Neve isn't until midday anyway. I bet we'll arrive with lots of time to kill. London isn't that far away. It might not be for you, but it feels like another country for me. I've not left this house in almost a century. I've never been to London. It's special. I'm waiting for a chance like this for a very, very long time. And 2 or 3 more hours won't hurt, silly. I opens her mouth, perhaps to protest. The words seem to fail her. Frowning, she presses her rosebud lips together. Looks at her frilly skirts. I suppose not, no. Good. If I weren't so tired, I give her a pat on the head. I'm going back to sleep. Do you want to join me? I don't have to sleep. I'm a fairy, remember? It's not necessary. I don't think I could, if wanted to. I'm too worked up. Well, suit yourself. Just don't build on London up too much in your head. It's nothing all that special. It might not be for you, but I think our trip will be very special indeed. I can't wait. Oh, poor Faye. Patting her on the head softly. That's what Faye said early in the morning, but... Oh dear, this is not all what I anticipated. Seems less than impressed with our travel arrangements, which is putting it lightly. Faye around the house. This might be the first time, in fact, I've seen Faye genuinely angry. Though given her diminutive doll-sized body, genuine anger doesn't have much of an oomph. It came across as happiness more than anything, kind of like a child temper tantrum. Faye did let me go back to sleep, bless her heart, despite her obvious agitation, and was afforded 3 extra hours in bed, and wake up at vastly more sensible, but still, my mind is slightly too early, time of 7:30. I showered, ate breakfast, downed a cup of tea, then headed out around 8, with Faye bundled into my arms. The prospect of travelling in London seemed to excite her almost as much as the big city itself. She could scarcely sit still while I was buckling her into the front passenger seat. She was so eager, her violet eyes were wide like saucers. I can't wait to see what the scenery is like. I want to see all the houses, all the villages, and all the fields. This will be so much fun. It might have been fun, at least, were it not for one crucial point. Chiefly, I can't see anything. A scowling Faye slumped back on the seat, her arms folded. Being a doll, and a very tiny one at that, there's no way she could look out the window. The most she can do is crane her neck upwards, and I doubt that affords her much of a view of anything other than the sky. The houses in the village and the fields Faye so ardently wanted to witness are a loss to her. I guess she pulled the short straw, being stuck with such a small body. Faye has my condolences. It's a pity, but... Can't you put me on the dashboard, Paige? I should be able to see outside that way. No, I absolutely can't do that. What? But why not? Because if I put you on the dashboard, you might fall. I don't want you cracking your head open. That would be disastrous. I won't crack my head open. I'll be fine. Really, now? I raised an eyebrow. I find that hard to believe. In the roads around us, they're full of potholes. It's enough to make your teeth chatter. I'm traversing a bunch of quaddy countryside roads, thin with ribbons, and while they look empty enough, I have to keep my wits about me. So much room for 2 cars passed comfortably. If somebody else should come from the opposite direction, I have to scoot sharply out of the way to avoid a collision while taking care not to veer off into an irrigation ditch. Driving out in the countryside is such a hassle. People say the countryside is more soothing than the city, and I suppose that's true in some aspects, but it's not very convenient. I'm sorry, Faye, but you made of porcelain. I can't feel comfortable unless you're strapped in with a seatbelt. But I can't see anything like this. It's better than being shattered into dozens of tiny pieces, isn't it? I guess, but... Faye pouts, her arms folded, and slumps back in the passenger seat. This is nowhere near as exciting as I thought it would be. I hope London is more entertaining than this. I'm sure it will be. There's no point heading back home straight away, so we could do a bit of sightseeing later if you want. Well, I actually will actually be able to see any of these sights. If I hold you in my arm, you should. You do that for me? Of course. I'm not about to shove you into a carrier bag. You're too precious for that. I was thinking about her in terms of monetary value. She can kind of Neve Brunendal into a cheap Sainsbury carrier bag would be a tantamount to murder in the fine art world. But Faye misunderstands. I hear her mumble, her voice almost inaudible above the humming of the car's engine, in a tone that's just shyness. Precious? Oh my. You're very nice to me, despite all my whining. Opinion 1, important no. Okay. I'm so sorry for being a pain, and thank you. You might be a little grumpy, but you're a very nice person, Paige. I'm in London about an hour and a half before my meeting. My voice. I arrived in London about an hour and a half before meeting with Neve. It takes me a small eternity to find a place to park. Wait a second, my nails being weird. By the time I ever managed to find a reasonable place to pull in, a place where my car won't be ticketed or towed, I have only 15 minutes to spare. Still, I'll use these 50 minutes to do the best of my ability. I don't have time to take Faye in the parks or do anything with tourist traps, but I'm able to give her a quick tour of Camden Market and all its bustling stalls. Look at her holding Faye. Pat, 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 pat. Adorable. I love her. Pat, 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 pat. New shop is located down the twisted streets, which branched off Camden's thoroughfare like an artery, and there's plenty around here to do. Faye clutches tightly into my chest, stares in silent amusement at the market stalls as we pass them. There are market stalls that sell clothes from the Gothic to the gaudy, and wooden ornaments, and scented candles, and even bits of antique furniture. I've wondered about Camden Market with Neve much times in the past. I always find something new to gawp at. The stalls are in a constant state of flux. They never seem the same for very long. As old hawkers go, and new ones rushing to take their place, like goldfish come feeding time. Camden Market is packed as per usual. I have to be very careful not to jostle around anybody. I'm terrified of being bumped into and dropping Faye. There's one upside to the dense crowds, however. There's so many people, I don't stand out very much, even with Faye in my arms. If anybody sees me with her and does a double take, they'll probably presume that I bought her from one of the stalls in the market. I kill about half an hour like this, wending my way among the stalls. While Faye stares rapidly with wide eyes. She doesn't say much despite the fervor. I think she's afraid of being overheard. The talking door really would draw eyes if anybody caught onto that. I don't want to become the talk of Camden Market, of her being invisible. As an author, I enjoy being people watching. I don't like it very much when people watch me. It's probably hypocritical of me, I know. But how I feel market, extricate myself from the commonality and wending my way to Neve's atelier. My atelier is located in an awkward location. Our atelier is located in an awkward position down a series of twisting, turning streets. I don't want to look out of place in a period piece. Period drama. One with Jack the Ripper, maybe. But I've been here often enough that I can find of these. I don't even need to consult my phone. I arrive at Neve's atelier with 5 minutes to spare, punctual as an honor student on exam day. Then I hop upon the door. My initial knocking is met, however, with silence. There's a decent chance that Neve will be busy working on a project, so ensconced she's failed to hear me. That happens sometimes. When Neve's got involved in her work, she gets really involved. The rest of the world fades away to nothing more than background noise. Up again, more loudly this time. I give it a few more seconds. I'm such a worry Neve might not be here after all. When? Oh, Paige. I thought you were coming. I'm so sorry. The door opens outwards with a click, and there Neve stands in all her gothic glory. Neve's wearing so much makeup, I can't tell whether the shadowy makeup beneath her eyes stems from a lack. Shadowy marks beneath her eyes stems from a lack of sleep, or rather they're a delicate, deliberate fashion choice. Knowing Neve, it might be a mixture of the two. She looks exhausted. Are you alright? Are you alright? I'm better now. Seeing you. Suggesting that you weren't already before? I've been busy. I've a few important commissions to work on, which have been keeping me up these last few nights. Quite literally. I should be done with them soon, though. You always know have important commissions to work on. Maybe you should take a break. I can't. Why not? There's no rest for the wicked. Are you saying that you're wicked? If the awful, unspeakable things I did to my dolls as a child are anything to go by, then yes. Do you remember when you decapitated your wedding Barbie and superglued Ken's head to a stump? But of course, happy memories. Me smiles vaguely and gestures for me to enter her atelier. Come in, Paige. Come, come. Enter the friend is more than welcome to. Knee peers, now at play, still clutched tightly in my chest. Is there a reason you brought her here? She's damaged, is she? I can make some repairs if needed, but they might take a few days, depending on the severity of the problem. Doesn't look any worse for wear to me, though. She's still got all her fingers, and you haven't poked in her eye. Why? Even the buckles in her shoes are still in place. Knee bends down to examine Faye, then sniffs, her nostrils twitching like rabbits. It does smell faintly, I suppose, of paprika and fried onions. I went to Camden Market. Ah, yes. The food stalls. Of course. Neve nods with understanding, but this soon gives way to a small frown. Why'd you take your doll to Camden Market? What if you dropped her? I know she's an exquisite little thing, but you don't seem to sort of show off. And I doubt any of the punters at the market would know about how rare she is either. I wasn't trying to show off, I just thought it... Well... Now how am I going to explain all this? I have yet to tell Neve about my real reasoning for coming to see her. She's none of the wiser about Faye's sentience. If I wanted, I could turn about and leave Neve's atelier, and she'd never learn the truth. But that would defeat my purpose in coming here. Cannot tell Neve that the doll she made has been possessed by a brownie, and now that she can speak, I won't be able to tell anybody about it. Neve's my best friend. We've known one another for more than 2 decades. I can't imagine my life without her, and I can't imagine keeping her in the dark. I actually wanted Faye to see Camden Market for herself. I did it in service for her. Of her. Is Faye the name of you've given him? Given her then? That's right. She's been pestering me about seeing more of the world, and she's never been to London before. I thought you might enjoy it. I beg your pardon? Neve frowns. Naming your doll is one thing, but taking her is another. Talking to her is another matter entirely. You haven't been come down with cabin fever since we were to Eltham, have you? I'd hate to think of you speaking to an animate object to pass the hours. But that's the thing, Neve. Faye isn't an animate object. It's incredibly, undeniably animate. She's excited about our trip to London. She woke me up at 4 this morning. Right. Neve presses her lips together, looks unconvinced, as well she might. Listen, Paige. I know my doll would appear lifelike, but there's still dolls at the end of the day. I'm good at my craft, but I'm not that good. I can't breathe life into inorganic beings. I'm not Dr. Frankenstein. Maybe not. But Faye is alive regardless. She can speak a little too much, actually. You say that, but she doesn't seem to be speaking now. I'm aware. The best behaviour. It's all since I warned her to be quiet. I didn't want us drawing attention. It's right now, though, Faye. You can talk to Neve. I gave permission. He needs to hear you speak, else she'll start questioning my sanity. I want to be committed. Paige, please. I've not known you to be so irrational. You drove some of your characters insane in your old stories, but between the two of us, you've always been the sensible one. You should know, deep down, it isn't possible for dolls to talk. My creations are very convincing, it's true, but they're not. Alive? Faye pipes up, nearly imbued now with life. Stretches, raising her arms aloft and surveys Neve with bright, sparkly eyes. Oh, but I'm very much alive, as it happens. There you go. There, you see? I got to the top of Faye's head, then give her a squeeze. What? Why did you pipe up sooner, you little pipsqueak? You made the last 2 minutes incredibly awkward. I'm sorry about that, Paige. I just thought it would be funny. Was this payback from not putting you on the dashboard during our drive here? Well, maybe. But mostly I wanted to watch you swear. You sadist. I didn't know you were so wicked. I thought you were meant to be my savior, not my tormentor. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've been able to speak to you humans, I can't help it. It's fun to play practical jokes on you every once in a while. That doesn't mean I care about you any less, Paige. Yeah. I roll my eyes and look back at Neve. You see? She's very animate. She's very animated. Like I said, she's pretty chatty. Being so small, she's quite a nuisance. Yes, I see. Neve clears her throat. Wide-eyed, she looks at Faye, then up to me. Back to Faye, and up to me. She blinks. Front-facing Neve isn't real. She will harm you. Front-facing Neve is real. She will harm you. Poke. And she says, after a sizable pause, goodness me, this really is a surprise. I'm not dreaming, am I? No, you're not. I really am talking to you, and I really am real. My name is Faye, like Paige said. I'm very nice to meet you, Miss Neve. Ah, yes. It's nice to meet you too. Oh dear. I think I feel a headache coming on. Perhaps I've been having one too many late nights after all. This isn't an hallucination either. This isn't a hallucination either. You might be working, you might be overworked, but I hope you're not so tired you're having visions. I would hope not. But I am beginning to wonder. Neve shakes her head. Well, if this isn't a dream or hallucination, I haven't gone mad. Suppose I should offer you some tea? It would be rude not to. Would you like to sit down? Imagine you have a lot you need to tell me, Paige. You don't think correctly. All sorts of has happened during the last few weeks. I don't know where I should begin. Look at them! They're so cute. They're so cute. I love them. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, pat, pat. I love women. Women are so cutie. What the fuck? I love them. So, Miss Fairy, you say your name is Faye? That's right. Oh, well, that is the name that Paige gave me. I have another name in my own tongue, but I'm afraid that might be somewhat difficult for your humans to get grip of. Your dialect and your lexicon is very different from my own. They couldn't be more similar. So you say. You seem awfully adept at speaking our language. I can understand you without any complications, unless that's also part of your magic. Oh no! There's nothing magical about this. Faye beams as proudly as a little kid might, after having wax crayon drawings displayed on a refrigerator. I taught myself how to speak in your parlance after expensive study. It was a grueling task, but a necessary one if I was to live among you. I wanted to better understand the humans I would be watching over, and I hoped that I could one day spend time with you as an equal. Maybe as a friend. Catface, 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 catface. So, you learned our language on your own, through nothing but your own observational skill powers? That's very impressive. Do you really think so? Of course. I studied French for 5 years in school, and I'm dreadful at it. The most I can say is my name. Oh, and baguette. I don't think that would get me very far if I was just stranded in Paris, though. It'd be fun if You'd be fine if you were stranded in Paris. Most of the street signs are in English. Ah bon? En effet. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but it's nothing really. I've been watching over you humans for a long, long time. I didn't have much else to do all these years besides watch and listen. It would be embarrassing if I could not speak a word of English when I've been hanging around humans for so long. So you say, but I could live in France for a full century and remain none the wiser. Languages aren't my strong suit. You can say that again. Neve sometimes has issues communicating with people in English, which is her mother tongue, without factoring French or Beige. Is that what phase fairy talk is called? Into the equation. I think you're very impressive, Faye. Even if you don't, I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. You too. Faye smiles slyly, glances at Faye smiles and glances slyly at her tiny feet. Virgo, or Fairy rather, who wanted so desperately to communicate with us humans, she can be a bit awkward sometimes. But I guess that tracks. It has been decades, after all, since she was last able to engage in a conversation, meaningful or not, with a human being. This must be very overwhelming for her. And I don't just mean this idle back and forth of words over Neve's coffee table. Her new body must have taken a very bit of getting used to. Now she has a new environment to contend with. Neve's atelier couldn't be more dissimilar from my vast, airy Altenham home if it tried. It's cramped and crowded, and it tends to smell a little strange of all of Neve's art supplies. This part of her workshop, where her coffee table and her cupboards and her electric kettle are located, is probably the tiniest part of a whole workshop. Even this feels cramped and crowded beyond belief. The room is lined with shelves stacked with doll parts and in-progress face-ups, like a scene from a mad scientist's laboratory. The atelier itself is fairly old. I believe it dates back to the late 19th century, and the floors are warped wood and which creak like living creatures with every step. The room seems to slant to an angle, and the shelves fixed to the walls are slightly skewed. Spending extensive time in Neve's atelier always leaves me feeling muddled, as though I've spent hours in a carnival funhouse. It's no wonder Neve herself seems so out of step with reality when she spends so much time shut away inside her workshop. I'm surprised Faye doesn't look more alarmed by her surroundings than she is. Maybe she feels a certain kinship with these dolls, since her body is also made from porcelain. So, Faye? Neve observes my companion keenly, when she's taken a sip of her apple tea. I apologize if this sounds rude, but I can't help being curious. How did you come to reside in the body of one of my dolls? That's a bit complicated. I won't go into the specifics, but I had to use a bit of magic to slide my soul into this doll. It's a slow, steady process. Extracting a tooth? Maybe. I don't know much about dentistry. No, I suppose you wouldn't. I can't imagine fairies often need their teeth pulled if you have teeth of your own. I don't have a physical body like you humans do. I'm made of ether, I suppose. The moonbeams and belief. So, like a ghost. A bit like a ghost, yes. I don't have a physical body and I can't appear in mirrors, but I have a clearly defined sense of self. I know who I am and know what I look like. I communicate with my fellow fairies when I am in my ethereal form, and a handful of highly sensitive humans attuned to magic. Most mundane humans can't see me. I'd want to speak with Paige. I wanted to speak with Paige for a while. My voice couldn't reach her. I knew I wanted us to form any kind of meaningful correspondence. I would have to procure a physical body with which to speak to her. And you chose my doll? I suppose it must seem like that. But it might be more accurate to say this doll chose me. I beg your pardon? Fairies can possess objects, but only if... Fairies can possess objects, but only if they meet certain requirements. That bear similarities to our own ethereal bodies. In other words, they must be humanoid, and they need to be special in some way. It's hard to possess mass-produced children's toys, which were put together in factories. They aren't unique, and Artificiality doesn't give me much to latch onto. Petals like yours, however, make for wonderful conduits. They're unique, and they are made with love, and this love attracts us fairies. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to merge my own existence with that of the stars. It's wholly owing to your efforts that I am able to sit here now, with a body of my own, and speak to you both. He drops Neve a neat curtsy, with her fingers curling about her skirt. I must thank you for your hard work. You are a true artisan. I have heard as much, yes. My dolls have been displayed in museums across Europe, and I've had several articles written about me in papers. My dolls are very popular. They should be. They're adorable. But, though, I channel my own to creating my dolls. This is the first time I've ever seen one come to life. Quite this literally. It's quite the novel experience. I feel like I should be the one thanking you for letting me witness something so remarkable. Do you think this is how authors feel, Paige, when the stories are adapted onto the silver screen? I couldn't say. But I'll let you know if the deal Francis is finagling over the Christabel Novel films ever comes to fruition. You should. This is very exciting. I feel like I've just run a marathon. Oh, please. You've never once run a marathon. Not at all your life. Not in all your life. You were awful at cross country back in secondary school. I know. It was a figure sketch. It was a figure speech. I thought, as an adult author, you wouldn't understand that. I understand well enough. I don't think you're any right to make sports-related similes, though. You're forgiven thinking of excuses. You were forever thinking of excuses to get out of getting out of PE. Yes, but can you really blame me? I was made for pursuits of loftier than running about in an ugly pair of nylon shorts. There's more to life than aching legs and stitches. Such as aching eyes and paint-spattered fingernails? Exactly. I'm so glad you understand where I'm coming from. Really, though. Neve reserves Faye with owlish intensity. I know it looks like I'm taking this all in my stride, but I'm still reeling. It feels like I've stumbled upon some sort of fairy tale. I might be a fairy, but I assure you, I'm real. Do you want me to pinch you? That ought to be proof enough. It's fine. There's no need to rely upon such cliché measures. I've been speaking to your companion for upwards to 15 minutes. 15 minutes. In reality, I had to warp in any significant manner. It's unlikely to be a dream. It's too mundane for it. It's definitely not a dream. Nor any kind of tricks. But does that mean reality is warping for you, at least a little? Oh, it always does. Neve shrugged carelessly, as though she hasn't said anything alarming. She mightn't think this reality warping business is a big deal, but as a friend, I feel alarmed on her behalf. I should give this matter further attention. What do you mean, it always does? My vision often gets blurry when I move too quickly. The world shifts and things seem to duplicate. It's very normal. Sorry for being judgmental, but that doesn't sound normal. It sounds to me like you've been hallucinating. Does this happen often to you? It does when I've had less than 4 hours of sleep. My eyes start playing tricks on me. But don't worry, Paige. I'm so used to it, it isn't worth dwelling on. Not to you, maybe. This sounds pretty serious. You want to sleep for more than 4 hours every night, or you really will start seeing things. I doubt these things could be any more fantastical than Faye here. That's besides the point. I don't want you hallucinating. I don't much want to hallucinate either, but I am in the middle of a big project at the moment. Sleep can't wait. I like to get back to work, but first... Neve surveys me, looking surprisingly lucid for a woman, claiming to spend half her life existing in a mutable, ever-shifting world full of brain fog. Didn't you tell me you wanted me to work on a large-scale project for you? That's right, yeah. After hearing how busy you've been, I feel guilty of saddling you with even more work. Don't be. No need. There's no need for guilt between us. We are friends. Now, I did wonder what it was you wanted from me, but after meeting your new friend, I think I have a decent idea. You want to give her a new body, don't you? That's right. That's right. This vessel is incredible, but it is a touch impractical. The human world wasn't built for beings this small, I'm afraid, and it's hard for me to interact with anything. I can't open cupboards, and I can't see out the window. When I sit in Paige's car, I can't even brew my own cup of tea without making a mess. Brownies are supposed to look after the houses they live in, but I've never been able to sweep the floor or prune the flower beds the way I am now. I can see how all that would be a nuisance, yes. Neve nods briefly, one hand beneath her chin. So, to summarize, you have come here hoping I might be able to make you a more appropriately sized body, which you can use to perform day-to-day tasks without issue? That's exactly what I want. Do you think you can help me with that, Miss Neve? Neve is just fine. You don't need to be formal. And let me see. Neve ponders, dark eyes half-lidded in thought. I would offer to make you a fully custom body, but that would take a long time. I have a lot of work to complete for existing clients at that moment, which would take upwards to 6 months. I wouldn't be able to begin to think of taking on this request until the winter. But I'm afraid that would take too long, given the rather unique nature of your problem. Winter might be a while to wait, yes. I was hoping for a speedier solution. But maybe I'm being unfair. You've done a lot for me already, Neve. I don't want to put even more pressure on you. It is quite right. I'd feel impatient too if I were in your shoes. Neve's eyes flicker to Faye's feet, which are clad in black strapped shoes with a sliver of heel, and smiles. I can't read. You're exceedingly, inefficiently small shoes. In order to live a normal life among us humans, you need to have a more suitable body. I would hate to send you away empty-handed, so... How about this? I can't make you a custom doll, but I do have a few life-size dolls I made in the past which were never able to find buyers. These are earlier efforts of mine, and they're made less artfully than my current pieces. They should serve your needs well enough. They might be rejected. I'm afraid they're the best I can offer. Do you think they would fit the bill? Neve! I began, my attitude sweet and coying my tongue like honey, but I'm unable to finish the sentence. An overawed, overwhelmed Faye interrupts, her purple eyes shining like stars. Thank you, Miss Neve. Thank you very, very much. This is better than I was expecting. You're so nice. But then again, of course you are. You wouldn't be friends with Paige if you weren't. I'm glad to seem happy with my suggestion, but I think you're flattering me. Neve glances away, uncharacteristically flushed Her cheeks dappled pink. Wait. What? Dappled pink. Where is this? On the chapter 13. I just realized that there's chapter cards on these. I'm dumb. Has this been reported yet? I don't know. We'll find out. Report. Oh no. Give me a second as I do the thing where I report this. Report pink? And I assume these are probably been reported. Let me double check this. Has it been reported yet? I was gonna check. What am I looking at? Let's say file. Reports. Where's the typo report? Hin. Okay, this has been reported already, but okay. I'll move on then. This has been reported. No, I'm not gonna submit this one. Okay. Anyways. Neve glances away and incredulously flushed, her cheeks dappled pink. I'm really not that special. In actual fact, I'm awfully ordinary. Oh, you! Stop with your modesty. You're much more than ordinary. You're Neve Brannan. Admired and esteemed doormaker. Your pieces wouldn't fetch for such a high prices if you weren't extraordinary. I'm aware of that. You need to tell me. Then why are you being so down on yourself? I thought you were impervious to compliments. Those in the art industry, maybe. But your effusive little friend is a different matter altogether. Oh? Faye tilted her head, askant, the long eyelashes fluttering. Did I say something to upset you, Neve? No, not at all. It's quite the contrary, actually. Being complimented by one of my own dolls is quite a strange experience. I have quite the imagination, and not even I could have foreseen this. It's hard to wrap my head around. But I'm happy, nonetheless, that you're so happy. Now go with me. Let us see if you can breathe new life into any of my older creations. It'd be nice to finally see them come to life. In the most literal sense, of course. Exciting! So, what do you think? Are all these to your liking? Are any of these to your liking? Oh, I don't like them. I love them. I know. You're rather dated, but they're all I can offer. I'm afraid. Wait, what? Do you really mean that? Yes, I do. You're not trying to spare my feelings, are you? Or flatter my ego? No, I think they're lovely, truly. Faye examines the trio of life-size dolls, with which are sitting, their hands clasped like sisters, against the wall in the shadowy corner of Neve's atelier. These dolls of Neve's, rejects, she calls them, look pretty constructed in my admittedly inexperienced eyes. Their skin, no dolls of skin, I suppose, is smooth and without any defects. Their ball joints neatly slotted between their slender limbs, their faces painted with such excruciating attention to detail they could be alive. The doll in the middle, with fair, curled hair like a fairy tale princess, her wide, staring eyes, pale blue, fringed with fair lashes. The doll on the left, meanwhile, has hazel hair, which falls down the small of her back, in waves and freckles splattered across her upturned elfin nose. A second. There on the left, meanwhile, a hazel hair which falls down the small of her back, in waves and freckles splattered across her upturned elfin nose. The final doll, meanwhile, bears several similarities to Faye's current body. Her hair is dark, with a raven feather, like a raven's feather, and curled, cropped in her chin. Convenient. How convenient! These dolls look lifelike. They could very well be real people. If they weren't so still, that is. Neve might have called these dolls rejects, but I think they look a little too lifelike. So much so it's unsettling. I'm glad you like them, but they're far from perfect. I can see any number of defects with these creations. Their faces are too detailed, while their bodies leave much to be desired. Something about almost uncanny about them. Are you quite certain they're fit for purpose? Yes, I'm sure. They might be a bit rough around the edges, but that's nothing a bit of fairy possession can't fix. You raise a good point. Neve looks Faye over, who's clutched to my chest, her tiny feet dangling. I thought this doll turned out particularly well. She looks all the more lifelike now that you're inhabiting her. Her skin looks so smooth, and so soft and smooth now. It almost seems to be glowing. Is this the work of your magic? I think so, yes. No matter how realistic your doll might be, they're still inorganic objects, merely imitating life. They lack the warmth of the life that we people have. It's different than when I inhabit a vessel like this, however. I can make dolls come to life in ways they never could normally, even in the hands of a truly skilled artisan. They're very talented. You're very talented, Neve, but you aren't a fairy. You can't use magic. You can't pluck life out of thin air. It is impossible. I can give your creations life, though. Even older pieces like these. Does it matter that they've been inside my atelier for so many years? Gathering dust? Not at all. I can tell that these dolls are made with love. Possessing any one of them shouldn't be very hard. It took me several weeks before I was able to slip my soul into this doll, but I think I'll knacked it out. I have a knack for it now. I'm sure I can do it. I can feel these dolls resonating with me already. But there's one doll in particular I have my eyes on. Which one? You wouldn't fancy being a blonde, would you? Or maybe a brunette with a face full of freckles? These dolls are charming enough, but I'm sure they make fine vessels, but... Faye smiles bashfully. I must be a creature of habit. But I've spent a while being a dark-haired girl. I think I'd like to keep that tradition going. I prefer this doll. Paige gestures to the motionless doll on the right, her left hand intertwined with her fair blonde-haired sister's, whose appearance share a good deal in common with Faye's diminutive self. Can I use this doll as my universal, Neve? Will that be alright? More than alright. No plans to use her for anything other than scrap parts for future projects even. Oh no, you can't do that. She looks perfect the way she is. Why, it's almost like she was made for me. I can't imagine possessing any other doll. And neither do I want to. I love her. Why, thank you. I'm very flattered to hear that. I'm still a little embarrassed, though, showing you imperfect pieces like this. I know I could do better if I had a bit more time. But there isn't more time, so I suppose these girls will have to do. It's nice I was able to find use for them after all this time. I thought I'd never see the light of day. I thought they never see the light of day. I worked hard on these dolls, but... Neve shakes her head. Well, that's all in the past. I know that dolls don't have feelings. I spent so much time working on them, it starts to feel like they do. If this doll could express herself, I'd like to think she'd be happy at being chosen as a new vessel. Even if my sisters might be a little jealous. Faye and I might have to come back later to pay them a visit. We wouldn't want them to be lonely. Or me, you, either, Neve. Me? Lonely? How could I be surrounded by all my dolls? Yeah, you always say that. I think you could use some company from time to time. These dolls can't nag you to go to sleep at sensible hours, unlike me. I think that's a positive, actually. You should know, never liked being told what to do. I know you don't, but sometimes I think you need it. You don't know if you ever I don't know if you ever learned to look after yourself. You might have a point. I always imagined you would look after me. You smiles vaguely. After all these years, you still are. You're quite a reliable friend. Well, yeah, we know each other for years. I'm not about to abandon you. You really should sleep for more than 4 hours each night, though. Duly noted. But I'll consider it. We'll file it away for future reference. Magda. Jeez. I sigh. Eve is always like this. And by this, I mean infuriating. Talking to her often feels like the verbal equivalent of being lost in a hedge maze. But if Neve's more normal, whatever that means, I don't think she'd be able to create stunning dolls like these. You can do what you want with this doll, Faye. But will you let me watch you possess her? I've never seen a possession before beyond those in horror movies, and they never seem very realistic. I'm curious. That's fine by me. I don't mind. You won't have to wipe my memory after I've witnessed it, will I? Will you? No, it's fine. There are no laws about that in Fairy's Handbook. Humans are so mundane, your brains are incapable of processing our magic at work anyway. Will there be any smoke or any sparks? No, there won't. Or any confetti? Why would there be confetti? This isn't a wedding. I pull her face. Are you taking this seriously, Neve? I've never been more serious about anything in my life. That's what Neve says, but her deadpan voice doesn't fill me with much confidence. What is she thinking about? I should know, being Neve's longtime friend and ex-girlfriend, but parts of her remain mysterious even to me. I'm afraid the possession process isn't as exciting as you might be imagining. Please don't expect too much. How could the pair of you be quiet? Now, could the pair of you be quiet? I need to concentrate. Of course. My apologies. Be quiet. You focus on your thing, Faye. Whatever that is. Thank you. I'll do my best. Faye shifts in my arms, and fixes her gaze upon that of the life-size doll lying against the wall. I don't know what Faye is doing. She's fallen uncommonly quiet. I can feel the air shifting about me, as if it's been subjected to some kind of alchemical change. The temperature near the atelier seems to have dropped to a few degree, because I can feel the flesh on my arms rippling. The seconds pass slowly, as though stuck in honey. The fairy, the door, the house. I can feel the air pressing down upon me, as though it means to squeeze what little air remains in my lungs. Invisible icy needles pierce my lungs, forcing the oxygen from my lips in short, surprised gasps. It's hard to breathe. It feels almost like I'm drowning. Wait a second. Oh yeah, you just real quick. No. Wait a second. Just how long I thought I was gonna take to do this. God, I feel awkward just doing this, and you're looking at nothing. Should be good. It feels almost like I'm drowning. Neve looks unsteady on her feet. Her arms are wound about her middle, and her face is pale. Neve's face is always pale, given her general taste towards the sunlight, but it looks even paler now. Faye, meanwhile, remains perfectly still, silent. Just like a doll. This thought unnerves me. I've grown so accustomed to seeing Faye walk and hearing her talk over the last few weeks. And it's so unnatural that she's not so uncommonly quiet. Fear builds inside me, like precipitation about the rim of my coffee cup. What happened if the secret ritual phase goes wrong? I don't know anything about magic, but I'm afraid with this age-old adage that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. What if Faye can't possess a brand new vessel? What then? Will her soul disappear for good? Will I never be able to speak to her again? I don't know, this is entirely new territory and it makes me feel unbearably anxious. I squeezed Faye, or her vessel rather, in my arms, against my chest, I can't feel any life left in her. Faye has vanished. But where has she gone? Is she in the air above me? Invisible to my mundane eyes? I can't see her, but maybe she can still see me? That thought is something of a comfort, though. It would be more comfortable if the larger doll lying upon the ground discarded would move. The doll looked so much as it did when Neve first showed her to Faye, and I, however, her bare ball joints, limbs are stiff, and her glassy eyes are blankly staring and unseeing. Faye isn't in there. She doesn't have the doll in my arms either. Where is she? I just wish she'd give me a sign that she's alright. It would offer me so much needed comfort, and sure enough... Ah! Hello, Lena. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Here's the time to see Neve get a new body. Not Neve. Faye get a new body. A soft sigh, like that of a sleepwalker, waking jerks me from my anxious musing. The life-size doll on the ground was once immobile, and one might expect from a doll, but now... Oh my god! Oh, good morning, good morning! You just woke up, and so did Faye! Kind of. Then your body woke up too, just in time. That took quite some doing. It was even tougher than I expected. It's a good thing I'm all in here. At least I think I am. I hope I haven't left any bits of me scattered around in the ether. That would be embarrassing. Women. But now she's indisputably alive. Her eyes, which once I decried as being unnervingly empty, are bright in intrigue. With intrigue, her joints. Yes. Can't see them here. I can kind of see them here. Just poking out in the corner, back down there. You can just about see it down there. There's one right there. Also, oh, you can also use here as well. You can see the line of the joint. Hell yeah. Her eyes, which once decried being unnervingly empty, are decried, are bright with intrigue. Her lips, which were sculpted with an inscrutable smile, curved upwards into something rather more joyful. And she says, "Yes, everything seems to be in order. I'm all in one piece. I don't have any memory missing." You see more joints now? Look at that. Her finger joints. Her wrist joint. Wow. Women. I know who I am. And I know who you are, too. The doll, who can only be Faye, grins at me. Dimples form in her cheeks, which hitherto were perfectly smooth. As she sees to her feet. Kiss to her feet. Hitherto, a word a normal person nowadays would not say ever. But for a writer, I'm not surprised that she would use hitherto. Faye's legs tremble from the burden of supporting a new body, which is far larger than the old, but still she's able to stand. Through sheer willpower alone, or so it seems, she approaches me. My hands reach out, her fingers taking mine. Also, I'm gonna... I'll be honest, I was not expecting her to get a more human-sized body this fast, this soon in the story. We're only at chapter 14. I also don't know how many chapters there are. I wasn't expecting her to get a human body this fast. Oh no, she's hot! She looks the same as before. I mean, she's a different hairstyle. No, same hairstyle. Now they're gonna hug and kiss and spoon. Her hands reach out, and her fingers taking mine. Tightly she squeezes them, then exclaims, her voice girlish, You're Paige. You're the one who brought me here, and here would be Neve's atelier in London. You took me here to get me a brand new body. And by the looks of it, you succeeded. You did a wonderful job, Paige. Thank you so much. Oh, no. She's blushing. I love Paige. She's baby. I blink, suddenly shy, though whether this is because of his effusive praise or because she's not so little anymore, I'm not sure. I didn't do anything really. You should thank Neve for this. The store's her handiwork. You won't be standing here without her. I know that, and I am very grateful towards her. I appreciate her a lot from the bottom of my heart if I had one. But I'm just as grateful to you, Paige, for bringing me here. Oh my god! Ah! Heart eyes! I love heart eyes. I love heart eyes. Ah! I'm a sucker for heart eyes. Look at them! Wah! Women. I love heart eyes. I love heart eyes. Big fan, big fan, big fan. Do I have any fan art? Quote art fan art. Do I have any commissions with heart eyes? I need to check real quick. As I look at these very small images on my computer. This one's probably normalized. That's normal. Normal. This one's probably the closest. Nope, there's no hearts on those at all. Oh, actually, maybe in one frame there is. Yes, this one. Yeah, one frame in the one frame in the knife in the stabbing animation does have heart eyes, but I think that's the only one that I have that I've commissioned. I'm just not counting the not counting my reactives, I guess. Oh, nice. I see. Heart eyes, hell yeah. Women. I need to figure out what I'm going to draw more this month. I drew one thing this month. I need to draw I need more things to draw. I'll see if I'm gonna do for Pride Month and then July. A bunch of things happen. Especially at the end of July. I'm going to be going out of the country to go and see friends at a convention. Okay, there's these two commissions I have that have heart eyes in them. One is a yandere actually, no, they're both. Both are yandere-esque commissions, which I'm a big fan of. I love yanderes in media. Anyways, that's beside the point. But I'm grateful for you too. To you, Paige, for bringing me here. You have no idea how long I've wanted a body like this. I can manage all sorts of things that were just dreams before. Such as kiss. Like this. What the? Hug. Ah! Women. I gasped, surprised, as Faye falls upon me in her brand new body. Her little arms wind about my waist, while her chest presses against my own. She's hugging me. Oh, wait, oh my god! Oh my god! Look at that! Fairy ring! I've held Faye in my arms before, when she was less than a foot tall. But this manner of close contact felt very, very different in this embrace. Now that Faye is my height, more or less, hugging her feels indistinguishable from an embrace from any other human. Minus the ball joints, of course, though I can't really feel them through my clothes. I know! I know! The wings. Catching the light. Adorable. Faye's lips inching away. Inched away from the curve of my neck. And her breath is warm against my skin. My heart is beating so hard, I feel like it might explode. I love them so much as well. I love them. They're so baby. Faye registers this as well. She might, given her close proximity. And curious, she examines me. Well, you're right, Paige. You're standing awfully stiffly, and I haven't made you uncomfortable, have I? No, it's fine. This is just a bit, well, this just, quite sudden, I guess. Is it? Aww, she's so sad. Also, joint. Faye blinks at me, curiously. Shouldn't I have hooked you? I don't mind it really. It's just a very long time since anybody hooked me, that's all. What? Faye stares at me, her eyes wide. Then she exclaims, "Oh no! That's so sad!" Do you think so? Yes, very much so. I'm of the opinion people need lots and lots of hugs to be happy. But not to worry. I'm not stingy when it comes to handing them out. Now that I have the right body for the job, I don't mind hugging you lots and lots. Just talk to me whenever you feel down, right? I'll be sure to shower you in affection. Or my name isn't Faye. It technically isn't. Your name isn't Faye, though. It's not your fairy name. Maybe not, but it's a name you gave me, and it's precious to me. You deserve a hug for that alone. Hug. Remind me, I didn't knock my mic over by accident. I did not knock my mic over by accident. Don't mind that, it's fine. I think you've hugged me quite enough already. And quite insistently, too. It's hard to breathe. Oh! Let's get a better look at her. Look at her. Women? Also, I'm just take a moment to look at the atelier over here. Anything I notice? I noticed nothing, because I don't know shit, but this is really nice. The background's cute. It's very adorable. I think there's a wooden dolls. I can't tell. Maybe there's bases. Got the traditional dolls here. Traditional like stuff things, I assume. A yawn sewing machine. Oh, a whole sewing machine table. No, I think we have one of those in the basement, probably. Of course the threads on the wall. Of course you have to have them on the wall. Lovely little place, hell yeah. A bashful Faye takes a hasty step back, her plain white gown swishing. I'm sorry, Paige. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was so excited about my new body, I must have forgotten myself. Porcelain might be brittle, but it's much harder than human skin is. I'm afraid I don't know my own strength. How do you feel? Her lingerie? Yeah, you're right. It is cute. It is really cute. It does look comfy. I mean, I assume it has to be comfy, because people usually sleep in this like kind of clothing. It has to be comfy to sleep in, right? Surely. How do you feel? I'm fine. I'll live, at least. But... Neve? I glance over at my friend, who's been silent during this debacle. I was feeling she's been deriving more pleasure than she should at my awkward embarrassment than she should, though. How do you feel? How do you feel? Pretty gay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, what? Nothing. Yes, Paige? He just wants us in as innocent as they come, but I know her well enough to see the amusement in her face. She's obviously loving this. Is something the matter? I'm fine, I guess. Though, be fine if you weren't laughing at me. Laughing at you? I would never. Yeah, now, let's see if you can get Faye something to wear on her feet. She can't exactly go outside barefoot. You think Patricia confirmed? I don't know. I think she's deriving pleasure from just watching her best friend being just kind of suffering from embarrassment. It's just kind of silly. It's like, just that kind, that thing where watching your friend just absolutely fumble themselves. It's kind of hilarious and kind of cute. That kind of thing. Socks acquired. After a bit of searching, Neve was able to procure some black ankle socks for Faye to cover her feet. They're better than nothing, I guess, but they won't be much use when it comes to navigating London streets. Maybe it's silly for me to worry about this at all because Faye's body is made of porcelain, but I wouldn't want her hurting her soles. Are you sure you don't have any shoes you can offer Faye? Can't exactly let her walk around without them. People will stare. Also at her ball joints as well. We should get her a jacket or something. Ah, yes. Shoes, they are quite important, aren't they, in polite society? Yes, they are. I can't believe I forgot something so integral. Must be my lack of sleep. I've been finding it hard to focus. Really? That's funny. You seem to have no issue focusing on how awkward I am. What do you have to feel awkward about? I thought you liked being with Faye. I do, but there should be no issue. Everybody's happy. Isn't that right, Faye? Oh yes, I'm very, very happy. Like mother, like daughter. Happy Mother's Day, Neve. Exactly. I was gonna say that at some point, but like, I didn't know if that felt right. Happy Mother's Day, Neve. Look at how cute they are, mother and daughter. Mother and daughter. Also, I can't get over her fucking tattoo on her thigh tattoo. Hell yeah, adorable. I'm happy too. But I'd be happy if you could find Faye some shoes so she could be on her way. What? What? He pouts. Do you want to be rid of me that quickly? That's cold, Paige. I don't do so much effort to help you. I thought you'd be a bit more appreciative. But I guess I can let you off the hook just this once. I think it's been a long, long time since you were hugged by a girl that pretty. This pretty. It stands to reason that you'd get all flustered about it. Even if you are acting like a giddy schoolgirl. Aww. He retreats into her private living quarters, which are located in the floor above her atelier, to fetch Faye a pair of shoes and some clothes. He gives Faye her old cast-offs, which look an awful lot like the clothes the miniature doll Neve first gave me was wearing. Don't worry about it, we're just raising sprites. Because who needs to make new sprites and new clothes when you could just do this instead? I wonder if Neve used one of her own outfits as a reference, so when she was sewing. Fortunately, it looks like these cast-offs fit Faye perfectly, very conveniently. Don't worry about it. Between Neve and Faye, Paige is the flattest of the bunch. Thank goodness for that. It would feel really represented. I guess. Give me a second. I'm gonna load back to see all of them. I feel like they're about the same size. I feel like Neve might be the not Neve. I feel like Faye might be the flattest, maybe. I don't know. Hard to tell, cause like they're wearing poofy clothes. Their clothes are kind of poofy, you know. Hard to tell, but it's no argument that Neve is the Neve is the least flattest in the group. Neve is the least flattest by no small margin. Fortunately, it looks like these cast-offs fit Faye perfectly. Now playing rabbit sports. Faye seems to appreciate them because she smiles after setting them onto her feet. Just like Cinderella, probably, did when her soul slid onto the famous glass slipper. Oh, this is so... Oh, this is so darling. Darling? This is so darling? Is that a saying? Is that a saying? Oh, oh, that's charming. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, this is so darling. This little pan of her outfit. Faye examines herself from tip to toe, paying especial attention to her new shoes. She twists and turns, the hem of her skirt fanning out about her. Her face is wreathed with smile. Her velvet eyes bright as she says, "I'm wearing proper shoes now, just like a real person. I can walk in them without stumbling, and they go a third when they hit the ground. There's some real heft to them. It makes me feel like I have an actual presence." Faye, you cannot be this lethal every 5 seconds. My heart can't take this much further. Okay, I'm gonna quick go. I need to quick go around and dehydrate, but I'll leave y'all with some variable Faye. I'll be right back in a hot minute to dehydrate. In return, hope you enjoyed looking at Faye and Paige as I went to go dehydrate. Let me also hydrate my throat as well. I need to remember. I really need to go get myself some more cough drops for these things, because I'd forgotten how much effort and how much, I don't know if strain is the correct word, just how much work it goes into talking in like a higher registry voice, especially with an English accent. Because I actually haven't used an English accent in a long time. I kind of forgotten how want to kind of use my fucking throat to talk like this. Cough drop. No, that's fine. It's just like I can feel it in my throat a bit. It's just a tiny bit. It's just a bit scratchy, a tiny bit, but it's. I like to consume Hall. I like to like consume Ricola. Sometimes when doing visual novels, because it takes a lot to be talking and voice acting a lot. And like it does. I feel like it probably does soothe my throat a bit when I do when I have some Ricola, cough drops and throat lozenges and all that jazz. So I do sometimes buy them. I keep forgetting to do that. I haven't had the time to go and pop off to the shops after pop by the shop after work. Pop up to shops after work. 'Cause it's kind of out of the way for me to do that now. Cause a few months ago, like half a year ago, because when the bus routes changed, because I take the bus to work, to and from work, and I kind of do a bit more walking than I used to, but that's fine. I can do it. I need to get myself some ice cream anyways. I need to get myself ice cream. Warm tea has also helped a lot. That's fair. That's fair, but also that takes time to brew the water. And yes, I do mean brew water. Not microwave your water like a fucking horrid human being. I do not microwave my water to make myself some tea. And I don't feel like having tea right now. But I have no room temperature water, so it's fine. So it's not like I'm just going this unlubricated. There is some water in my throat. Anyways, since you have to them, it makes me feel like I have an actual presence. I take it that you're happy with them? With them then? Oh yes, I've never been happier. Well, aren't you easy to please? Easy to please? Easy to please. You'd be easy to please too, Paige, if you'd spent the last few weeks trapped inside a teeny tiny body like that. Faye gestures to her old vessel, what I've been holding to my chest, a lifeless, immobile door once more. It was so hard to do anything. I could barely even walk, and when I did, I couldn't even get very far. Now I have arms that can reach high shelves and legs can stretch, and I can wear human-sized shoes. I can't wait to show you my new look off. I want to walk through these streets, and I want to see the sights, and I want to go shopping, and sleep with you? I don't know. I just want to live. Wow! Life in her eyes. You don't want much, do you? My smile softens to something softer and bemused. I shook my head. They might be acting like a little kid right now, but I can't take issue with it. His old vessel wasn't built to weather life's storms. She existed solely to look pretty. This vessel, meanwhile, is much more sturdy. They should actually be able to interact with people now. She should be able to see out of the car window when we drive back to Elton. All sorts of opportunities have now been made available to her, and none of this would have been possible without Neve. She really came through for us. Thanks, Neve. You did us a huge favor. I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you. It's fine. You don't owe me anything. What I've seen today is payment enough to last a lifetime. You showed me something truly incredible. He watches Faye, who continues to watch herself, staring at an unabashed wonder at her reflection in the mirror. You breathed new life into one of my older projects. Quite literally. I've often thought of them coming to life, but I never imagined it would actually would really happen. This is like a dream to me. Getting sentimental, huh? Maybe. This must be what parents feel like when their children learn to walk. Happy Mother's Day, Neve! Happy Mother's Day! Just keep a close eye on Faye, alright. I would hate for her to fall. Pork is the sturdiest materials. She might leave cracks if she's too zealous. I'm a bit worried about that too. For a doll, she's awfully lively. Faye doesn't seem to be the most coordinated people either. Portrait of people either. I missed a word there. She might be a fairy, but she's lacking in both grace and dignity. But the fairies in myths tend to be mischievous creatures who love playing pranks on unsuspecting passerbys. They're more like poltergeists than princesses. Faye must have a bit of puck in her. She's certainly no Titania. I can't imagine Shakespeare's fairy queen getting this excited about a pair of shoes. I also can't imagine Ebihime's Titania being excited about a pair of shoes. But I mean, Ebihime has written another fairy tale-esque story where a modern day goth falls in love with meets a quote unquote knight from the past, a lady from the past, and in second game, the fairy queen shows up and Titania's there. If you wonder what game I'm talking about, and why I'm sort of going to British accent, I'm not going to show about the British accent part. The game I'm talking about, if you're wondering, is I'm talking about the fairy's secret and the fairy's song. I think it's in that order. I'll double check real quick. The fairy's song and the fairy's secret, both games about Ebihime. Ebihime is also, if you're unaware, Ebihime is the writer of this game, Ahome Keeper, which you can find, once again, pinned in the Twitch chat, and also in the YouTube VOD description. Go check the game out. Go check out both games. I'm not... Fairy Song can be found Fairy Song and Fairy Secret can be found on Ebby's itch page and also on Ebihime's Steam page, which are great games. I played both of them, and there's a third... There's a third one in the series, a yaoi one though. There's a yaoi version. There's a yaoi sequel to those two games called In Fair Spirits. If you're wondering, if you're like yaoi, she writes yaoi too. She writes Yuri, yaoi, and Straits. She's a great writer, very talented. Many visual novels under her belt. We love Ebby in this household. I can't imagine Shakespeare's fairy queen getting this excited about a pair of shoes. I'll keep an eye on her, Neve. Don't worry. She'll remain in one piece on my watch. I'm glad to hear it. Oh no, I'm glad to hear it. If she does sustain any injuries, you can always bring her to me for repairs. And that does sound a bit funny. I just say, you're making us sound like a vacuum cleaner. Or a lawnmower. Neve laughs, and then shakes her head. She is a curious creature, alright. She's a human, though she looks more like one, but she's not an organic being either. She's certainly not a robot. She's more too lively. I suppose fairies are beyond our mortal comprehension. I can't quite wrap my head around it. Meteor has been fun, though. It feels almost like I've stepped into one of her stories. What are my stories? I doubt Neve meant much by this remark, but it snags my consciousness. It snags in my consciousness, all the same. Like a bramble. I'm still turning this remark over when I finally say my goodbye to Neve and vacate the shop, Faye tagging alongside me. I think about it while Faye and I tread our way through the streets. And when I pause to buy her a crepe from a nearby store, and when I take her to a department store to buy her some new clothes, it feels more like I've stepped into one of your stories. It feels like I've stepped into one of your stories. I've been having difficulty thinking about material for a long time, but this might be the sudden burst of inspiration I need. If Faye's sudden appearance can't invigorate my creative spark, I don't know what can. I wonder about London with Faye for a few hours until my feet begin to ache. Sorry, again, I can't see. Miku is blocking part of the stream. The game. My screen. I think it must have been more walking today than I've ever had during the last month. And that isn't an exaggeration. I've been pounding the pavement with such intensity. My feet are throbbing. I'm afraid I won't be able to slide them out of my shoes when I finally return home. But I try to ignore my discomfort. It would seem callous to complain about my own petty grievances when Faye is having so much fun. Faye has seen London sights through the television screen. She's read about them in books, but she's never before had a chance to experience them for herself. She giggles at some of the stranger modern art pieces on display in this serpentine gallery, coos over the ducks and swans that scud across the green and blue waters and ponds of Kensington Gardens, and stares in awe at the rough iron gates in Buckingham Palace. Her enthusiasm for these tourist hotspots is infectious, but she's similarly enthused about the smaller things in life. The way the sunlight flickers through the leaves of the trees overhead, and the grey pigeons that pick at strewn litter at the pavement. She takes boundless pleasure in every little sight or smell she encounters, and she's forever tugging at my arm, imploring me to look here. Oh, look at this. She's especially excited about the Italian restaurant which she stopped in. She stares at the menu with wide eyes, ignorant about at least 3/4 of the items in the menu. After a great deal of deliberation, you'll have to be pulling up relevant images on my phone for her. Settles on a bruschetta and mushroom ravioli, which she practically inhales. Mushroom ravioli. Bruschetta I'm okay with. I'm not a big fan of the cheese that's on bruschetta sometimes, but I do like the tomatoes, the bruschetta mix, and the bread. I like bread. Bread's good. I like getting food. I like bread. I like getting food. Her eyes shine when she eats, and her satisfaction is evident when she says, "This is delicious. I don't need to eat, so I don't know much about food, but I've never tasted anything this yummy before." Hard eyes. Big fan. The Italian restaurant's pretty fancy, and dining there cost a pretty penny, but I think it's worthwhile, if only to see a face smiling so much. Also, I have lots of money, so it's fine. That's how I feel about the day in general, actually. It might have been busy, but it was very rewarding nonetheless. London's so large, we've only scratched the surface. There are other places I'd love to take Faye, like Kew Gardens, a Tower of London, or maybe even Tate Modern, seeing how amused she was by the Serpentine Gallery. But that will have to wait for later. Drive back at around 20 o'clock, when the sun has sunk beneath the horizon. The roads and the roundabouts that ring London are congested, just like usual, and they take a while to navigate. The countryside roads leading to Eltham, however, are even worse. Eltham isn't so very far away from London, but it takes almost 2 hours for us to return. During our journey back, which feels like an odyssey, Faith stares at the window, eyes wide, fingers pressed to the glass. Are you having fun? Oh yes, I'm having lots of fun looking at the scenery. You say that, but can you see anything? It's pitch black out there. I can see enough. It's not completely black. The sky is full of stars. The moon is so bright and big and bright. The trees on the right side are all lit up. They look pretty ghostly. The boughs are all bent and twisted. Bent and twisted is hardly a glowing review. Oh, but it is. I've never seen the outside world quite like this before. Not in real life. It'd be nice if I could see it during the daytime, of course, but I'm not going to be picky. I've seen so many other wonderful things during my trip. It feels selfish to ask for anything more. You enjoyed yourself then? That should go without saying. This has been the best day of my life. Really? Your life? That's saying a lot, because she's been alive for 300 years. At least 3 centuries. Faye delivers this line without a hint of irony, her wide smile unwavering. She smiles throughout the duration of our car journey. She doesn't stop smiling when we finally arrive back home. She's still grinning to herself, as though on cloud 9, when she steps from the car, slamming the door shut behind her, such too much force. Hey, don't be so rough with it, will you? I don't want you to chipping the paint. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just so excited, that's all, at being able to close the car door for myself. But Faye was about to say, like, the moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? And go, girl. Not even a week since I became human-sized. I know. Suki. 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 I don't have to rely on you to do all this stuff for me, Paige. Not anymore. Now I can look after myself. I'm like a real proper adult. Is that incredible? I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible. Everything is incredible. And so are you, Paige. I am? Yes, you are. You're literally turning my life around. I think you're being a bit too complimentary. I mutter this under my breath to shut the car door behind me. Neve's the one who made that. Neve's the one that made. Neve's the one that made you that body. I have no experience at all when it comes to dolls. Maybe not, but you're the one who thought to ask her for help. If had... What the fuck is that? Sorry, I'm bad. Wait, that's a report. I always have to double to refresh. I have to double check whether something's a report or not, because I can never tell. That is a wild thing to say. What? Is that a word? Is this real? Is this real? And... Nope. That's not real. That's probably a typo. Yay, confirmed typo. I pressed the fucking like button on my cover like an idiot. Nay, new typo time. Yay! What the fuck is this word? Typo question mark in chapter. What chapter? Where are we? Where are we in the game? Chapter 16. Okay. Go to the Alon server. Typo question mark. Actually, let me check the full thread before I continue, because there's 3 pages to this thread, I think. Nope, there's one. There's just the 12th. Hadn't. Okay, that's been reported, but I do still want to put the thing there just in case. It's always silly reporting typos when there's already a giant thread for typo reporting, but I can never tell. I can never tell. When Faye and Paige get back home from London. Hadn't. If you hadn't bothered, I'd still be stuck in that teeny tiny vessel, which wasn't bad, but it wasn't the best. Speaking of which, where is it? If I'd never been able to close the car door like that, I'd never be able to close the car door like that. Maybe that wouldn't have been for the best. Your touch too energetic. Now stop spinning around. I'm to top. I glanced at my phone. Its LED screen, artificially bright and even glow. Wow, it's already 10:30. Getting back took longer than I thought it would, thanks to all that crappy roads I had to navigate. Aren't you tired? Nope, I'm not a little bit tired. I don't need sleep, remember? Oh yes, I've forgotten about that. I head to the front doorstep, still clutching Neve's door onto my left arm, and insert the key into the keyhole. I twist it, and though initially met with resistance, the lock eventually clicks. The door opens inwards, revealing the welcome hall beyond it, all bathed in shadows. It's a chilly night. It feels even chillier when I take a step inside. I wonder if this is the doing of the imps. I grope for the light switch, then press it down for a few seconds. Nothing seems to happen. I worry the electricity might be playing up, but then a familiar hum kicks in. The hallway floods with bright golden light. The shadows are all banished in their nooks and hidey holes where they shake and shiver. I swear I can hear them hissing. Maybe that's just my imagination. Well, you might not need sleep. I glanced at Faye from over my shoulder, still standing in the front garden, enjoying the air. But I do. I've had a busy day and I'm exhausted. Come inside. It's freezing out there. Must get you warmed up. Yes, ma'am. Right away. And don't call me ma'am. You make me feel old. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm much older than you, remember? Oh, you certainly don't act it. That's because I'm young at heart. You don't look much. You don't look much either, with that body. Faye's new vessel has the stature of a young adult, but her skin is so smooth it's impossible to put an age to her. If I didn't know Faye was a doll, crafted in Neve's workshop 4 years prior, I'd probably peg her, at being in her early 20s. Maybe 21 or 22? There isn't such a disparity between our appearances, but now I'm beginning to wonder. You don't think we have a strange couple, do you? Well, of course we do. I'm a brownie and you're human. We're 2 different species. It doesn't get much stranger than that. Well, definitely not normal. But I think that's fine. I'm more than happy than that way. I like talking to you. And I hope you like talking to me too. Yeah. I guess I do. Then there's no problem. Face smile is contagious. And soon, I find myself smiling too. Okay, that feels like a good place to end it for today. Paige. I know, right? I know, right? That feels like a good place to end it for today. And first, before we head over to the... Before I stab you in the face again. Before I throw you out of this vehicle, says Eve from National Park Girls. This is the type of read mentioned in the Bible, I know. Before I throw you out of this vehicle... Yes, does this not play? It doesn't play music, huh? Huh. It really doesn't play anything. Weird. That is a bug. Women! Now, prepare to get stabbed. Prepare to get stabbed in the face. By me. Hi there. I didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Yeah, there was a bug report about this earlier. I was just double checking because it does nothing. You still hear in the background, does nothing. It's a shame. It just shows the names of the audio tracks. And these are all the ones I've heard before I've unlocked because they're all grayed out. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine though. Alright, so you close the game. But that will be it for me today. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all are having a lovely time. I am enjoying the story a lot. I'm excited to play more of it soon. As soon as next week. As soon as next week. I have to wait a week. Because I, myself, am making myself... This is using the old chat box. Huh. I didn't realize that. Sorry. I just noticed that it's using the old chat box over there. That's not... I switched to a different chat box before a while ago, and I forgot to change it on this one. I'll fix it in a minute. I'll fix it later. But that's gonna be for me today. Thank you for hanging out. We're gonna set to... I'm gonna check it. Let me check who is alive. Anyone I know alive? That's me. I was like, oh, Constant, our homemade keeper. That's me. That's me who is playing my homemade keeper. Our homemade keeper. That's me, not someone else. Can we rate her? No, I cannot. I love when Twitch does this. God. God. The loops I have to fucking jump through to do this every time because it hates me. A second. I'm just gonna get this up. Come on. This off. Come on. Well, good luck on your art and your packing. I'm really trying to get my... Please work. Please work. Come on. No, don't do that. Nope, snooze. Nope, snooze. Don't do that. No ad, no ad, no ad, bad ad, no ad, no ad, no ad. Fuck off. Please. Come on. Really? Let me do it. Rude. I always hate when it does not redo it. It's like, why? Why? It's a shame. I can't raid with the person I want to raid because settings. Ugh. That's annoying. That's a bother. It's nothing wrong with their part though. But let's see. Come on. Come on. Stop being that. Fucking, come on. Oh my god. Oh, the second goddamn thing. Come on. I did it! There we go. Fuck. Jesus. I love the hoops I have to go through every time I went through this. Every time. It's so fun. Anyways, we're gonna say to Leary. That's not them. It's me. It's a me problem. It's a skill issue on my part. But we're gonna touch you Leary, who's doing some more Lingo, a very fun puzzle game about that uses the English language to find solutions and such. But that's it for me today. Next stream will be Thursday 9 p.m. EST for something. I don't know yet. Because I don't know when I'm going to stream on Thursday. Something fun. I'm leaning towards maybe another visual novel. If so, I'm definitely going to need some cough drops for them. But I have 4 days to figure that out. Until then, hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day night, whatever. Hope to see you guys next time.